In my mind, he should not. He's a running back. Does he have value? Absolutely. Is he arguably the best running back in the NFL? Yes. Has he been an absolute plus for this team? And the way in which he's gone about it has been amazing? No doubt.
Who's the best player on the Eagles?
Jalen Hurts.
You're insane.
Well, then why'd you ask me? So let me ask you a question.
That's just an incorrect opinion.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. He's unbelievably valuable, right? He's made them so much better this year than they've been in years past, correct? In your mind?
Correct.
Okay. What's their record currently?
What, 10-2?
What was their record after 12 games last year?
Was it 10-2?
Yeah. Okay. Next.
And then how'd it go after that?
We're not up to that part yet.
Well, okay.
We're not up to that part yet. But all he's done has been the person that has played the best on a team that is exactly what it was a year ago record-wise.
Yeah.
I made this argument about Justin Herbert. You guys yelled at me for it.
Well, Justin Herbert's a completely different player. Like, it's weird. Justin Herbert not throwing touchdowns nor interceptions and having non-gaudy numbers actually shows improvement.
What's the argument that you guys, when I said the Chargers are the same, you said, yeah, but it feels different. Is that not exactly the same with the Philadelphia Eagles right now?
It is, but neither CeCe nor I said Justin Herbert for MVP, to be fair.
No, I'm not saying he's the MVP. I'm just making the case that the feeling is different, and you made that argument previously. He's the MVP.
I'm a little confused on what you're saying here, but I would vote for Josh Allen if it was my vote right now. CeCe, where would you vote if you had to vote today? I know you've been high on both of these guys this year.
I would give it to Saquon Barkley, but Josh Allen is going to win the MVP. Just a quick question for our scorekeeping here. Does Josh Allen have 27 total touchdowns or 26? Because he threw one and he caught that same one based on how they're scoring it. So does that count as 2 or is it still 1?
Wait a second. I'm very confused. So the play where he threw the ball to Amari Cooper and then he lateraled it back to Josh Allen is a passing touchdown?
It counts as a touchdown pass and a touchdown catch.
That is
for
correct.
Josh Allen.
Yep.
I did not. I don't think I picked up on that, which is obvious, but I didn't pick up on it.
I'm just trying to figure out how many touchdowns. Is it 27 total or is it 26 total?
I think 20. That is the most difficult question that has ever been asked in our year plus on this show. I have no idea how to answer that question. 888 say ESPN and Dr. Pepper call-in line. How many touchdowns does Josh Allen have?
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome to the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channels. Doug, we've been off for 4 days, and because of that, you said let's do 4 hours of radio brilliance today.
I think we have to do it because of our contract.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if it's because of the days off.
I'll have counsel look into that. Jackson's dossier, it says in this first segment, festive banter. Martin, do you like that?
I love festive banter. Thanks, Jackie, for putting that in there. I mean, we could get to the Blues. We can get to Mizzou, all the flag planting, but I think we should start with festive banter.
Is that holiday chit-chat?
Well, you get kind of a Thanksgiving recap.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Favorite sides?
Favorite sides.
Mount Rushmore Thanksgiving sides. Send them in. You can text those in to the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646 or call in and talk it over with Chairman Kurt on the Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Festive banter, and then what is the title of the audio? Plethora?
Audio galore.
Audio galore.
Audio galore.
Festive banter, audio galore.
What should you start with, Tim? Audio galore or festive banter? Boy.
So much to choose from. I mean, Jackson, I think we've got so much quality. I think my favorite, though, and maybe you'll be able to find one better, is Michigan-Ohio State and Gus Johnson's call of the interception by Ohio State.
Understated?
Understated is the word.
Easy, because I am a Fox nationalist, so anything Fox Sports, if we show a terrible NFL game, it was the best option available.
I don't know how you will explain this one. Take a listen.
All right.
Warren looking. It's intercepted at the goal line. Unbelievable. Wow, Jack Sawyer. The hero. Captain Jack.
Boom.
Gosh.
Goes dynamite. Well, man lost his voice, got a little excited.
I'm going to have to refer him to my ear, nose, and throat guy.
I think it made it more memorable. I think you guys are all wrong.
I like that. Well, you have a rights holder for a particular network, and I respect that.
Got a Fox balloon party going over
Fox balloon party. Now, my understanding, and I didn't know this until that game, is that Michigan fans are under the impression he hates Michigan. Are you aware of that? Did you know that going in?
That's absurd. He's from Detroit, and he actually handed out the rings at the spring game.
I don't know.
I would think Ohio State fans would hate that.
I don't know what to tell you. For the first time without allegations of cheating, they then go out and plant the flag. And just after the game, Jackson was saying that they covered. Who was saying this? That they covered the brawl like it was a presidential.
Yeah, Brandon Walker.
Brandon Walker,
who I really like in terms of college football coverage.
Okay.
He's a Mississippi State fan, so he's not too biased. And he said
doesn't have a skin in the game.
Not much.
Him and Stingray.
Yeah, cowbells. But he said that Fox was covering this post-game fight like a president was being shot.
Late night on ESPN, I think it was Stan Verrett, he said, "We warn you, some of these images may be disturbing." And I thought, it's people getting pepper sprayed, which is disappointing. People are punching each other. He said these images could be disturbing.
That's to make sure you watch.
Exactly.
Well, when they say turn away from your TV, that's exactly what you don't want to do.
We had a number of flag planting going on. I believe the first one of the day took place in Columbus, Ohio, with Michigan. Then they proceeded to occur throughout the course of the day in Mac Brown's final game in Chapel Hill. NC State went flag planting. We also, of course, had where else, Jackson?
Florida did some flag planting.
That's after Florida State dug up turf last year at the Swamp. And then
Arizona State planted the Triton.
The Triton, the fork, Doug.
Yeah.
They planted it after winning by like 70 points over a hapless Arizona, which was your lock of the week, by the way.
Yes, it was.
That was a sharp play.
I can see that coming.
That was a sharp play. And then, to his credit, Steve Sarkisian saw his players start to gather around the logo in College Station, and he said, get away, we're not going to do that. I just watched a Michigan-Ohio State thing going on, and I'm not going to have it. Let's go celebrate. We won. We expected to win. Let's get off the field. And to me, I like that. That's this flag planting thing. I just, personally, I don't get it. But it seems like that's become the official Take Smith topic. Are you pro or anti-flag planting?
Hey, that was the TKO last night.
Was it really?
We had to talk a little flag planting. I'm not
Are you pro or what did the TKO have?
My main TKO theme was just get off the field if you lose. Like, just get, if you like, they shouldn't plant the flag. It's obnoxious. You'd like to see your team win with some class. But I also think if you just get off the field, like nobody cares if you won the fight, but you lost the game. That was the ending summation.
Here's my biggest beef.
What is it?
You can't actually plant the flag. What they do is they like do this big wind up for it, and then the flag just hits the ground
because it's field turf.
Right, it's turf, and it's not a pointed
that was
flag.
my
It's not
concern
like a
too.
stake.
Are you going right through the bottom of the field turf?
So when you watch the follow through, it like bounces off the turf and then falls to the side. It doesn't. It's not even cool. It's cool when you do it like with the Triton because that you can actually plant into the ground a little bit. But a flag, it's useless.
So, Doug, maybe they need a kid out there with an auger to get it kind of started. Like the Rudy on the team gets the auger out.
like that.
And then after the auger, they come with the plant. I think the fake outrage, I agree. Like Kirk Herbstreit is wanting like people banned from the bowl game and all of this because of their actions. I'm more intrigued by who the hell's pepper spraying college football players.
Boy, they got it bad, too. They were weeping their eyes out. I felt that before. I felt for them.
Images were disturbing.
As soon as I saw them, I said, that's the look you have when you've just been pepper sprayed. Because they were just crying their eyes out over there. That'll stop you real quick from whatever you're doing.
Imagine.
That'll get your attention.
Ohio State linebacker Jack Sawyer was observing what was going on, and the mics caught him as he saw Michigan attempting to plant the flag in Columbus. That's Ohio State linebacker who went 0-4 against Michigan. I'm telling you, of all the games this weekend, and there were some great ones, some classics, truly. I mean, the Georgia Tech, I don't know. I mean, South Carolina, Clemson. I feel like I'm leaving something out. Michigan, Ohio State. There might be another one. I mean, nobody cared about it. Wake Forest Duke was a Hail Mary on the final play. NC State in the final seconds and Mac Brown. And then, of course, Missouri and Arkansas. The one that I just under no circumstances, I mean no circumstances, saw coming was Michigan, Ohio State. Yeah. None. I can't explain that one away. And the question becomes, even though Ohio State will, barring a miracle, be in the college football playoff field, will Ryan Day, who while Jack Sawyer was screaming that audio that we just heard, he had a coach walk past him and there's a video of him going, what happened? Will Ryan Day be on the sidelines when Ohio State has their college football playoff game? Do you think they whack him?
Boy, it sounds ridiculous because of his... I looked his numbers up. In the Big Ten, he's 46-5 with 4 losses to Michigan. 40. The only other one was Oregon this year. 66-10 overall. I'm going to say no because I'm not sure unless Urban Meyer's coming back, which I wouldn't rule anything out at this point. I'd say no, but that's hard to survive up there if you lose it. I think Chuck Marlowe's going to be here later in the week.
Chuckles is going to be in, Doug. Chuckles.
Big Ohio State fan.
Yes, he is.
It may take him a few days to recover.
Have you texted with him about his opinion?
Not, no.
I think his job is
I think he was
there.
mad at Gus Johnson, too.
Oh, was he?
He was tweeting out that Gus was blind or couldn't see things or something.
What about Mike Vrabel?
That's an interesting play. He's a Buckeye.
The issue is you have signing day and the portal and all of that stuff going on. So if he's not going to be there for the long term, do you make the move
Kind
now?
of an Armstrong deal. If it's you got a guy, do it.
Yeah.
Like, do it right away.
I don't know. I think it'd be foolish to get rid of him. He's got him near the top of the rankings almost every year. You lose to Michigan, okay, I'm sure that hurts. It's the biggest game of the year. but they're beating everybody else. And they're always a factor. I would think it'd be really risky to lose a coach.
I agree. For the record, I agree with you. I would not do it. But it's so reactionary in college football, in particular with that game and then his record and then what wound up happening. I actually could see them doing it, even though personally I wouldn't. I hate the overreactions to losses that go on, and I think it's a byproduct of social media and echo chambers and the message boards with college football. That's why I love seeing what Billy Napier's done down in Florida. They gave him time, and he rewarded them. And went 3-2 and was one of the toughest 5-game stretches in college football this year, and wound up going 7-5. Ryan Day, however, with Ohio State, that's a different spot. I don't even know if they would host a game in the first round. I think they'll be in the 8-9 range, and so they might have to go on the road, maybe to Knoxville. I don't know. But, I mean, things could be quickly over, and he would include the 4 losses to Michigan.
I think he looks even more shocked because his face is always red. He's got that, what Kachuk called Oshie, furnace face. Called it furnace face. Mm-hmm. And Ryan Day with those red cheeks, he just looks more stunned walking off the field with that look. But to the linebacker saying, you can't plant the flag. You had a chance to defend your home turf. Like defending the precious turf when they've got the flag out is different than winning the game. Like, just go out and win the game. I wonder if the college football playoff gave them, not that they don't want to beat Michigan, they hate them. I just wonder in the back of their mind, they're like, we're probably in. We're probably safe. I don't know if that seeps into a player's head or not, but they certainly didn't seem like they wanted to even be out there.
I see it differently with the flag. I think it is a total insult to plant your flag on someone else's field. If I'm the head coach at Ohio State and my guys are out there fighting to keep a Michigan guy from planting the flag, I'm okay with it. I think the fault lies with the people doing it. You ought to win with some class. You came there, you won the game, go celebrate in your locker room. You don't have to rub it in. You don't have to try to embarrass anybody. And it just leads to these brawls. There was an officer hurt in this thing. And other people bloodied when it was over. The fault is on the people planting the flag. If you're Missouri and Kansas tries to plant a flag at the 50-yard line, I would hope my players would run out there and do something about it. You've got that's your home. You can't allow that to happen.
Well, I do think that the team doing it, I agree. You should avoid planting the flag. It sounds silly, isn't it? We're talking flag planting.
Yeah.
Flag planting at 7-1 here on the Monday edition. But I also think if you lose, I don't know. I get it. If you're a fan, you're like, go out there and kick their ass. But I'm also thinking, God, we should have won the game. I don't care if
Well, they should have, but you can lose with some pride, too. You can lose with your head held high and not slink away while the other team just dances on your grave. You don't have to put up with that. That's a whole separate issue, I think.
Doug's pro fighting. I like it.
Well, I'm pro defending your home turf, yeah.
Especially if they're wearing the Block M. Then you defend that turf. Did you see that Block M, Doug?
Nice.
Vaughn?
I liked what Mizzou was wearing.
You liked the uniform.
Yeah, I did.
All black.
I thought of you when they put out a video early in the day with the Block M.
Didn't they look like Missouri out there?
They did.
Yeah, you knew who they were.
Yes, I could tell which team was which.
Dan is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Dan, good morning. You're on 101 ESPN. This is TMA.
Morning, gentlemen. Tim, Flew, class of 83. How was your Thanksgiving, everybody?
It was wonderful, Doug. This is what we do when we're fellow St. Louis University high school graduates. We talk about not only our Thanksgiving, but also our investments and how our portfolio performed.
Is that a Mimlitz era? 80? Did you say 83?
83.
That's
class of 83.
Let's see. Teddy Mimlitz is gone. Dan Vierling's gone. I'm trying to, maybe a Boyle. Anyway, go ahead.
Paul Martell was coach at the football. Yeah. All right, here's my complaint. Speaking of Thanksgiving and investments. I invested my Thursday morning listening to the best of your program.
Yeah.
Oh, Martin, I see something coming. I see something coming.
This was not on the dossier.
Yeah, this is inaudible.
Well, speaking of dossier, while I normally defend Jackson, I like the guy. I like his updates. I'll even listen to his NBA
His updates.
Boy, that's the first time
Nobody's
that's ever been
said that.
He has trouble with the Saliga call, which I would really like him to improve on, but that's for another day. What happened Thursday? Remember the Cleveland Brown radio show where he lost the clip? Where it was ranked number 1 on the dossier. And then Chairman Kurt came to his rescue and found said clip.
Okay.
Nice job, Chairman.
That famous moment where he said it was his best day as a producer, but he couldn't produce the clip, I think, of a Cleveland radio station.
The banquet guy.
Complaining about the Browns a couple of weeks ago.
Jackson, would you like to acknowledge this?
I'm aware of that happening.
Junior Bill 83, where are we headed?
What he did Thursday. So when it originally happened live, I had to take a phone call, and I missed the clip. And then, Tim, you actually said it was a good clip. I'm glad we played it. Well, what he did Thursday is he played that entire segment up to the point where Chairman Kurt said, I've got the clip.
Oh, no.
So I thought to myself, finally, I'm going to hear the clip. And he cut it, went to commercial. So for the second time, I was unable to hear the clip.
Oh, no.
I think that was Jackson just finally winning, like, you know what? I'm in charge today. I'm not going to play the clip.
Wow.
I wish it was that strategic, but it's just simple incompetence.
Doug, I don't know what else you can say there. It sounds like an acknowledgement.
No. Play the clip now.
Was that you as a producer planting the flag?
No, it was me saying, I want to go home, so I'm going to get this audio done.
Oh, Martin, what do you think about that work ethic?
I mean, I had to make two best of. We only been on 101 for a month. I didn't have so much to work with, you know.
Oh, shot at the show.
Yeah,
My God, I thought we were at a plethora.
Martin, you can join me in Chairman
I
Kurt.
thought we had a plethora of
I
things
did the best
to
I
choose
could.
from. Now, tell them that you actually had to hurry out of the building to go do your charity work. That's probably
I don't want to lie to anybody.
Oh, okay.
So why play that whole segment and not play the clip a second time? That was unbelievable.
Oversight, simple oversight.
Feels like you were slighting Kurt.
Didn't mean to.
Okay.
I don't mean to slight anybody.
Are you calling for his
guys,
head?
You do a great job. Great show. Jackson, I'll forgive you and still shout your praises, but that one hurt.
Okay.
All right.
That one
Thank you,
hurt.
man. I think
Thank you,
that's Dan, class of 83 at the University High School.
You're hurting with that one, Pale.
I knew it was off to a bad start when he said normally. I knew I was screwed.
Oh, wow. Now that's attacking the South Side, and I caught that.
Wow.
I caught that. That was an anti-South Side. So, 7:16 in St. Louis. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the defensive in the early going here with his best of from Thanksgiving. Doug, you always listen to the best ofs and kind of critique.
I haven't yet, but I will.
I was waiting for some to come in on that because I had a couple in there that I was like, this wouldn't be a best of after a year's worth of shows. But after a month, it certainly is.
You can get involved. You can call in, chastise the program if you would like. 314-399-9646 and email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. One game playoff today between Buck Swope and the JV golf coach to win the month of November. And then we also have a papal conclave to decide the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month for the month of November. All of that coming up in addition to Chris Kerber on the Blues weekend that was and Gabe Yarmond on the college football weekend as well. That is all coming up here on the program. 100 West Dental is a longtime sponsor of TMA, and it's great to have Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team on board. A number of TMA listeners have already started working with Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com. A lot of people don't like going to the dentist. That's nothing new. But here is the thing that you might not have thought about. Dental health affects the rest of your health. It's not exclusive. That certainly is logical when you think about it, but perhaps because dental insurance and health insurance are separate, people separate them in their minds, but one can impact the other. Don't allow your dental health to get away. Go to 100 West Dental, and you can go schedule online at 100westdental.com right now. And if you're interested in Invisalign, mention my name, and you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. Schedule 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN. Welcome back, TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, already on the defensive, one phone call, and it was on the attack of the Thanksgiving best of. And if you want to call in and attack any of us, it's the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt will answer 314-974-0101. It is understood, I think, that there is one at-large team that is lurking out there for a final spot. There could be two. The teams that are in discussion are Miami after losing to Syracuse, Alabama with 3 losses, South Carolina with 3 losses, and Ole Miss with 3 losses. Are we in agreement on that? I don't want to operate off of a premise that would be disagreeable. So is everybody in agreement on that? And certainly things can change with Clemson beating SMU, and then would SMU be out? Is Miami still in after losing to Syracuse? Doug, what are your...
Those look like the teams on the bubble. As you look at the rankings, 12 are going to get in, and most of them are ranked right there in the top 10 or 12. And those are the teams that are ranked around 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, so that would be it.
We'll get the rankings tomorrow night on ESPN. Martin, what are your...
Do you feel any of them have a real beef? Like, I mean, honestly, does South Carolina deserve to be in?
I don't think
does Miami.
But
no.
I don't think anybody can have a real beef. But you're going to have one of those 4, I think, get a spot. Do you agree with that, Jackson?
Yeah.
One of those 4.
Yes, because they're just the way it's all working out. They're one of those 4 will get in.
So, Doug, I told you in the games we picked, I went 5-3 this week.
That seems right. Yes. Yeah.
But
4-3. We only picked 7. 4-3.
Martin added a lock of the week.
Oh, that's right. 5-3.
And Doug gave Arizona State, which was a sharp play, and I gave Indiana against Purdue.
Did I do a lock of the week?
No, you presented it and then didn't give it one.
I was going to say,
what was yours?
I don't want to say. It was Georgia.
Wait, now we got This guy's not going to give us the audio, and he's not going to give us his lock that loses.
It was Georgia.
This is the NFL in Canton. You're editing out audio?
In real time.
But there were 2 games that Doug, watch this. Watch my tongue.
Okay, don't do that.
Wasn't it Clemson? South Carolina? Didn't you love Clemson?
Loved Clemson and loved A&M. Now,
how'd that work?
Here is a parlay, 5-game parlay, because the greatest gamblers, they do parlays. The guys who make millions of dollars gambling, parlays. That's what the sharps do. Miami, Syracuse over. Ship me. Yeah. Alabama -11. Ship me. Penn State -26.5. Ship me. We'll get to that audio in a moment, by the way. James Franklin fighting with Mike Loxley of Maryland in midfield. Indiana -29. Ship me. And then finally, for a 5-game parlay, Doug, love Texas A&M.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, no.
Good offense down there for...
Oh, my God. I mean, I'm watching the game, and I'm waiting for a moment where I can, hedge and bet, half of what I will win, because it's the only game left.
Yep.
And they sucked so bad offensively that there was never the opportunity. And as I'm watching both... Now, I didn't bet South Carolina Clemson, but I watched both these games in their entirety, truly did, because one of them would have paid me handsomely, the A&M and Texas game. My wife texts me. She goes, hey, the kids are asleep. We can finally watch a show. And I go, got to be honest with you, there's 5-game parlays riding on this A&M Texas game. Yeah, that'll wrap it up. That'll wrap it up.
That's romantic.
Oh, it's hot. Well, I don't think it's romantic. I think it's erotic. And I think there's a difference.
Okay.
True.
And they get down inside the 1-yard line, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, there's no way they're going to get in. No. So I want to say 2 things about my love plays, because one was a 4th down conversion from Lenora Sellers away from making me win that one, and one was the other one that with being at the 1-yard line. I came away, I hate losing the parlay, and it would have been lovely. It would have been a nice little hit, I'm so impressed with Texas and their defense. And also the fact that, and this is into the weeds, their left tackle goes down, and they are still able, with a backup left tackle, to run the ball at will against Texas A&M. Holy crap. I am now a believer in Texas, and I was skeptical, obviously. And then secondly, he's not even listed as odds-on for Heisman Trophy. And I'm not saying he should be, because this is going to be Travis Hunter, and that's kind of a foregone conclusion. And then Ashton Genty is going to be second. I think all of these things are foregone conclusions. But sweet mother of mercy, is there anybody more exciting in college football right now than Lenora Sellers? We saw it firsthand a few weeks ago with Missouri, but he single-handedly won that game for South Carolina. And from my standpoint of the 4 teams that are in the mix, Miami, Alabama, Ole Miss, and South Carolina, the team that on Friday I'm shorting in a major way, they've won 6 in a row, and I think they have the highest upside of the 4. And they have the most exciting player of the 4 in Lenora Sellers. I don't know that they get in, but I think they legitimately have a case to get in of the other 3 teams. Now, I know what people will say, head-to-head, and that's fine. What I would present to you is 2 weeks ago, the committee ranked SMU at 9-1 ahead of BYU at 9-1 when BYU went to SMU and beat them. So my reason for bringing that up is the committee has already displayed that they are willing to, quote, forgive or overlook head-to-head. And therefore, I think there is a chance that South Carolina's win at Clemson passes Alabama and puts them in that spot ahead of Miami, ahead of Alabama, and ahead of Ole Miss. Thoughts?
To me, they'd be handcuffed with with Ole Miss, because the Bama lost with South Carolina. They went to Tuscaloosa and gave them a great game and only lost by 2. But Ole Miss rolled them at Willie B.
I understand that, but if you're overlooking head-to-head,
right,
then that's because, again, I go, yeah, head-to-head. To me, I'm always head-to-head. I don't understand how you can't look at that. But they did just 2 weeks ago with putting BYU behind SMU when BYU went to SMU and won.
Yeah.
But isn't it obvious that they don't know what the committee's thinking? Indiana, do they really need to score 66 points against Purdue? Get a man fired at halftime, basically? Is that impressing the committee? Oh, Indiana. Oh, did you see they scored a bunch of late touch? Oh, good for them.
On the worst Power 4 team by far.
Is their record? Do they have 1 win?
1 win. It was Indiana State.
But I know why they did it, because they're just
co-host Josh Kurtz will be in to give us his thoughts on Indiana State Purdue.
Oh, he texted him. They got a game tonight. Otherwise, he'd be in the Doug seat. But he's got a game.
And Doug would be coaching the Pelicans tonight.
Right.
But does anybody think that's necessary? They're clearly doing it. I'm just saying the confusion that's out there, to your point about the committee, what are they exactly looking for? So you just win by 66 points just in case. What is that? What does that even
45
do?
wouldn't have been enough.
So I don't know if you guys saw this, but James Franklin, and there's a classic Mike Francesa clip. I don't know if you have that in the holster, Jackson. I'll telegraph it for you. James Franklin and Penn State fall behind 7-0 to a butt-ass Maryland team. 26.5-point underdogs, and then Penn State just rolls off. I don't even know what they want. They absolutely covered, and
44-7.
44-7. So time is ticking down, and we saw it a month ago with Dan Lanning running up the score at Ann Arbor. We saw it 2 weeks ago with Ryan Day running up the score in the final minute against Indiana, and now James Franklin throws a touchdown pass with time ticking down. So he meets at midfield with Maryland coach Mike Loxley, and Doug, here you go.
Oh, I'd like to hear that.
Yeah, I get it, right?
Oh, we don't have do we have the audio of them scrapping at midfield?
I thought that the audio was too tough to discern what was going on.
That's what we really wanted.
Okay.
Oh,
that's fine. Dan, call back. Dan from SLU 83, call back in. So they get in a fight at midfield. There's a lot of fights at midfield in every one of these games. Missouri, Arkansas got a fight. Yeah. Here is James Franklin explaining the fight.
My bad.
Yeah, I get it, right? At the end of the game, we throw a touchdown. I get it. But a couple things I will say. My job is to put the 3s and 4s in the game. But when the 3s and 4s get to go in the game, they get to play football. Those guys deserve to play football. Your 1s are in the game. You are trying to score. We're trying to score. On top of that, you're playing cover 0. If you don't want, play cover 2. I'm good with it. And on top of that, there's also a change in college football. We are trying to play as long as we can, make the playoffs, and be seeded as high as possible. And scoring as many points and a point differential matters. All that matters. And if you don't get that, it's really not my problem.
So there you go. He is speaking to what now we have seen 3 times in the Big Ten. Dan Lanning against Michigan, Ryan Day against Indiana, and now James Franklin against Maryland.
But the point differential is for a fan picking up the newspaper. So, oh, look, the committee should look at it and examine closely.
I agree with you more.
Oh, they beat East Stroudsburg by 110 points. Well, that threw off their whole total. By the way, James Franklin went to East Stroudsburg. That's where he played his college ball. Never heard of that in my life. I did hear that
Their arch rivals are West Stroudsburg.
I heard that the backstory is that Franklin was supposed to be the Maryland head coach, and there's still some bad blood. Like, he was on the staff there, and they promised him. Anyway, so there may be a little more to it, even than what he's saying, that maybe he kind of hates Maryland deep down, that's part of it. But if you score 100 points against a crappy team, that's going to inflate your point differential. But isn't the committee going to study all of this, just like every win, and say, well, that doesn't mean anything? Can they come out and say, this is the committee. It's Coach Pankel, okay? We don't need anybody to win by 60 points, okay? Thank you. Like, just clarify.
There is something to the fact that when you put your bench players in, they want to play football too.
100%.
They don't want to just kneel down. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they need to be throwing passes when you're ahead by that much. But you can't put in your second and third stringers and say, okay, go play bad. We don't want to hurt their feelings on the other side. You can't do that either.
Here's what the Maryland coach thought of the move.
We don't have that now.
No.
Oh, I didn't have that.
All right, let me go to the audio power rankings and see where we
here's
were.
Here's the thing. I sent Jackson so many clips this weekend. That's on me, Doug. That's not on Jackson.
I don't know. It's never on you, Tim.
Now Chairman Kurt's shaking his head. What do you
Oh, no.
That's not on you at all.
Oh, it's not on you at all. Oh, Jesus. Pathetic. Although, Jackie, you've got me wavering on the alliance, the bootlicking over here is next level.
My bad.
We got a chance to be number 1 in the market. Just hang in there with me. We got the boot man.
That's such a niche joke, but it's so funny.
I'm looking at the audio rankings, okay?
They're not the rankings.
They're not rankings.
There's no committee.
You're like the committee. It's confusing. I don't know what this means
because if that's the case, Drink on the Rivalry with Arkansas is the number 1 audio clip, and there's no way. I think Gus Johnson losing his mind over the interceptions.
He was number 10. Number 10. Barry Odom's number 9.
That's the thing is, like, once you get deep into the bottom of the, like, where does Jahmyr Gibbs rank compared to?
Where does Jahmyr Gibbs?
I don't know. Khalil Mullings. God, how much did they cut?
Drink on the Rivalry.
This could have been trimmed.
Do we have Barry Odom crying about something?
We do. He's number 9.
Barry Odom is a 3.5-point underdog, and if they win against Boise State, and Boise State's beat up, Barry Odom's in the college football playoff.
Yep.
I kind of like that, just for the heck of it.
I love
the old
it.
ball coach.
It's a great clip. And we do have
somebody actually did. This same person gave Coach Odom the on-air shout out, and then he was fired like a month or 2 later. We got your back, big man. Let's go, yeah. Barry Odom, that's our guy. Barry Odom, run Rebels. How about UNLV? And that's what the quarterback. I'm being serious. That's the quarterback. Remember, they kicked off the team over money.
That's right.
I love the fact they persevered without him.
About that.
They kind of won the war.
If they win, they're in. As crazy as that sounds, people are going to be like, should Alabama be in? Well, UNLV is in. Yeah. So there it is. Mugganass is a sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. That's Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Mugganass, and Ryan Seiberg in the service department. If you're looking for a new car, a pre-owned car, it's where I go to get my cars. My family goes to get their cars. We recommend you go as well. They could not be more accessible to the TMA audience, so much so that they have a number set up specifically for our listeners. That number is as follows: to text or call 314-252-0029. That's 314-252-0029. It's Mugganass, St. Louis Acura, Mugganass Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The show is The Morning After. This is 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living, and that is why he is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. That's $7 a square yard if you are a carpet installer. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price, and that's why, again, he is making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them and you will see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. There's a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for Michael as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. Go online at igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. And if you are a carpet installer, check out making $7 a square yard at Michael's. igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues off tonight, but they're taking on the Winnipeg Jets tomorrow evening. Pregame at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. But tonight, you get a little Monday Night Football action with the Broncos taking on the Browns. Pregame at 6:30, kickoff at 7:20. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Well, Doug, they were playing this at the Enterprise Center after an overtime loss on Saturday evening.
Yeah, it was a rough one. Late goal to tie it up, and then coughed it up less than a minute into the overtime. I think they gave the Flyers a goal.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Chris Kerber will be with us coming up at about 8:15 to talk it over with his regular Blues hit here on 101 ESPN. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour. It was a hell of a game. Fun game to watch, in addition to some of the most ridiculous saves I've seen a goaltender make from Jordan Binnington. I mean, it's funny. I was listening to Kerber's call, John Kelly and Jamie Rivers, then Steve Ott on with Chris Kerber following the game. I feel like maybe Dylan Holloway made the comparison. Everybody talked about Dominic Hasek. They're like, those were Hasek-like saves, and unfortunately, and I think Binnington, even though he got, I mean, at that point on that breakaway in overtime, I don't know, maybe, what do you think, 25% of the time he might make that save? It was a hell of a move. Backhand, forehand, backhand. And he read it right. It's kind of like a goalkeeper in soccer. You got to kind of guess and take your pick. And he had the right read. He just barely couldn't get the save. But overall, the fact that the Blues picked up the point is because Jordan Binnington stole it for him. And that means since Jim Montgomery has taken over, the Blues have 5 of 6 points. Here is Jordan Binnington and his comments on setting the record for the most wins by a Blues goalie.
Oh, I hope we have that.
It's nice just to get it, and something to accomplish something like that. But yeah, it's just a matter of being here long enough to get those wins and compound those wins over time. So yeah, I'm proud to be here, and I'm proud to have that many wins.
Yeah, how about the 2 games for him? He sets the record with a shutout, which is a great way to get the all-time wins record. Saturday, they had his mom there, a big pregame ceremony, so it was a lot about Benner. And then he goes out there and plays unbelievably. The stop that he made late in that second period. Oh. I don't know if we have we probably don't have the audio, but John Kelly was like, call the cops, call the FBI. Well, they still exist. He's been robbed. Like, it was a great call. It was a great
call. And then the game-tying call by John Kelly was outstanding. And maybe it was neighbors. I don't care.
It was somebody scored.
Blues
scored.
Awesome. They showed the replay of Binnington's save, and Jamie Rivers got more excited about it as he saw the save because it was so phenomenal. So the fact that they were in the position, yeah, it's disappointing that they weren't able to get 2 points. I could tell Binnington really wanted it on that night where they're celebrating him breaking Mike Liut's record. But the fact that they got a point is because of Jordan Binnington. They did not play a great game, in particular in the first 2 periods.
But the third period is where they used to melt. That's the difference. And what was the stat? The sweet Luke Horak stat was outscored 17-4. Montgomery comes in, and they've been better late, which is where they were sort of falling apart.
Andy Strickland, Strick Nasty, tried to interview Bennington's mother during the game, and Binnington had to make so many stand on his head saves, they had to cut the interview short.
It was during the interview that he was going nuts. Are we going to just gloss over the fact that Robert Thomas, friend of the show, was sent the early text by Jackson on Wednesday, and we felt we may have doomed the squad. And what happened that night?
9 seconds into the festivities in New Jersey, here comes number 18 with a how do you do, Jackson Burkett.
Of course, he lost to Montgomery's Bruins last year in the first round. Here's Butch Davis to Thomas, shoots, he scores! 9 seconds in, Robert Thomas! What a start for the Blues, and they lead 1-0.
Well, John, if you like good starts, I think this one qualifies. Robert Thomas finding the back of the net right away here.
I know Jackson cut the audio up, but John Kelly went on to say, and Tomer, after an early wake-up call from Jackson Burkett on the morning after, scores 9 seconds in. Jackie, keep them coming.
It's true.
That was the full audio.
Yeah, I cut that part out. I didn't want it to be, this isn't about me. It's about Bob.
How about that?
It's about Bob.
Any guesses on the fastest goal at the start of a game in the NHL?
An NHL
history?
Can you get much faster than
4
9?
seconds.
Yeah, 5 seconds against the Blues. Old Doug Smale for Winnipeg scored against the Blues.
Smale? Judge Smale?
5 seconds in 1981.
Did you just make that up?
No.
In 81? Is that right?
1981. 5 seconds in. That's rough.
Yeah,
that's real rough.
Your fans aren't even sitting down yet, and you're down 1-0.
It would take a couple seconds if there was no players on the ice on the other team at all.
Did you text Robert Thomas on Saturday?
That is a good question, Martin.
I didn't.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's why they lost. When we look in the mirror on that one.
Well, that's the thing about these experiments is you want to make sure. Well, if you're going to give me credit for what happened on Wednesday
and you
night,
deserve the credit.
I appreciate that, but we have to have the experiment. What happens when I don't text them?
I don't want to know
so
that.
Now we know. So now I know for the game against Winnipeg.
I just noticed you looked up.
You can't remember who they're playing.
It's the best team in the league. I mess up when the teams have a mascot that's also another sport. We saw that happen with the Florida/Carolina Panthers once in an update. And then the Jets. And Miami is weird, too, because it's like they're the Miami Hurricanes for the U, but there's the Carolina Hurricanes, Carolina Panthers, Florida Panthers. I can't keep it all straight. Winnipeg, New York Jets. Who has Aaron Rodgers?
It's about the Blues playing Winnipeg tomorrow.
Are you going to update us that they're playing Aaron Rodgers tomorrow night? Is that what's going to happen?
No, that's why I wanted to look back and make sure.
Because saying Jets would confuse you that it might be the NFL.
I'm not worried about confusing me. It's about the listener.
Martin, I don't know how familiar you are with Jackson's updates before you started on the program more
Big
than a
time
month
listener.
ago.
I never listened to the show, but just the updates.
Just the updates. When Jackson was saying that the Blues had a game against Winnipeg, he just saw the initials WPG, and he let the 101 ESPN audience know that the Blues were taking on wins per game.
The outcome is correct. The process is a little convoluted there. Good Morning Grant, who we all love, was running the board. I was, I think, running point when the day when Tim was out. Big day. Producer party. And I was handed some sort of cheat sheet, like a pre-dossier, kind of like the blueprints for the dossier. Well, and it said some stat about Blues and WPG, and I thought that meant wins per game. It was, in the context of the stat that was given, it made more sense. But in retrospect, I should have known.
Can I get some audio of you running point? I would like to just, for my afternoon workout.
Yeah,
I'm sure. Did you sneak it in the best of the other day? Just wedge that in there?
Just kind of as a resume reel in case any agents are listening?
I would do intros and outros, and I would kind of give little, quips, something like a little...
Oh, wow, look at this guy.
Wasn't that a good segment, tee-hee? And then,
Was that on HD3? Where was that show?
No, this played 7 to 11, baby, right here on 101 ESPN.
Okay, look at that. 7 to 11, baby.
Oh, baby.
Wins per game sound like some analytic stat some computer geek made up. We can just look at the standings and see how many wins
it's
they
kind
have.
of my beef with the whole point system. Like, wins and losses works. Let's just go roll with that. I don't know why you get a point just because you went to overtime.
So you want to take the point away from the Blues on Saturday?
I want to take the point away from every team that just went to overtime.
Blues,
you want to talk about participation trophy.
Oh, wow.
Well, you get one. You get a point just for going to overtime? Does that make? Well, how many does that make? Georgia Tech gets 8 points?
Well, if it wasn't for that, you'd either get 2 points or no points.
Yeah,
every
AKA
game.
wins or losses.
So points wouldn't really even be a very important stat at the end of the year.
Yeah, we are accidentally falling into the perfect system.
Oh,
Doug, you and Jackson are on the same page.
I'm not saying that's what I want. I kind of like the way it is now.
Yeah, all right.
And then the Flyers.
you just got dismissed.
I did dismiss me completely.
And then the Flyers went out there mid-ice and planted a flag.
They did.
Gritty made the trip just to do that.
Right at center ice. Design Air is a sponsor of the email today. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's Seth Goldcamp's company. He is 4th generation. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. And it is now officially winter in St. Louis with snow on the ground and cold temperatures. If you run into any issues with your heating system, go to DesignAirService.com to work with Seth and his team. I've been a client for a long time, and Design Air is the longest running advertiser on the morning after, and we are very grateful for their support. We recommend them, and we tell you this: if you run into any issues, go to DesignAirService.com to work with Seth Goldcamp and his team. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. DesignAirService.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It's the morning after on 101 ESPN. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt answering your calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And you're welcome to text into the program, 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. And Don Peepee is in there talking it over with Dr. Is it Xander Malenthorpe, Doug?
I don't know who it is.
You think he's a real doctor, Doug?
I'm sure he's a physician.
And he says Jackson should get his own show where he talks about how much he hates hockey. Is that a show that you're interested in?
It's called The Morning After on 101 ESPN.
Oh my.
It's unfair.
You really hate it, or just don't pay attention to it?
Yeah,
Chris Kerber will be on coming up at 8:15. And Jackson, you can tend to that with Chris Kerber.
Yeah, Chaser with him. That was great.
Yes!
Cam Jansen and Chaser. I was in my car for a little bit, and I'm like, what is this? No offense, Joey V. We love Joey Vitale, friend of the show, but Chase
You're
and
just pissed you
Cam.
didn't get invited to the Christmas party, December 21st, Doug.
Oh, now we got a date.
Yep.
That's fine. Jackson and I got plans. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. I'm not even thinking about it. What is it? December 21st? But Chaser on there, within 60 seconds says, yeah, I can see the officiating hadn't gotten any better since I left. Like immediately he's chiming in on how bad the officials are. It was great.
That was awesome. I as I always say, I love listening to Kerber's podcast following the Blues game. And I knew Vitale was on the television side. So I'm like, oh, I guess Cam's doing the game. And then I heard Chase, too. And I'm like, that's outstanding. How great is that he was able to be there and be on the call? And in that interview they always do with Steve Ott following the game, he referenced how great it was to hear Chaser's voice in the post-game questions.
He's doing the Classic at Wrigley Field on NHL Network. Yep. He told us that with Pat Foley, the old Blackhawks announcer. So I think he's in and out of chemo and trying to use his strength when he has it to do some broadcasting. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to Curbs talking about that opportunity. Have we buried the Battle Line victory? Is that what it's called? The Battle Line Trophy? What's it called?
The Mizzou win?
The Arkansas game. What is the, I'm being serious, is it the borderline battle?
Battle Line rivalry.
Battle Line rivalry.
Yeah. It's a Civil War reference, I guess, similar to the border war with Kansas. It's all just less so with Kansas, but with Arkansas, this is the most forced rivalry that there is.
Especially since Arkansas never wins.
No, 8 out of the last 9. Sorry, Pittman.
9-2 since Arkansas and Mizzou have been in the SEC.
And Brady Cook on his final touch at Faurot Field runs it in. Do we have the call?
Yeah, Mike Kelly.
All right, here we go.
Claps takes the snap, looking left, flush from the pocket along the right hash, running room to the 20, Brady to the 15, to the 10, to the house with 1:53 to play. A 30-yard quarterback draw, and Brady Cook playing his final game at Faurot Field has lifted Missouri into the lead with 1:53 to play.
How about that for senior night?
Well, you faded out on Howard Richards?
Why the fade out?
Doug has a real problem with Jackson's editing.
So I hard cut. I yelled at. I fade out.
He was talking. The man was talking.
I know. We got it.
It's great.
I love Howard. I love Howard.
What a wonderful career.
I love how our paths would cross often. We were at KFNS. I love Howard Richards. I know. It was just, it's time. Let's hit the hole.
Shut him up.
Well, in all seriousness, Doug, how long are you in the business? 40 plus years.
Yeah.
Audio. There's either there's an ending or there's not.
Yeah.
Right?
And now music, you can fade music out, but someone's voice, highly irregular.
It's because he went right into the Howard Richards comment, right into it. There was no space. I had no space to chop it out, so I had to include something.
All right.
Did you see the video? Mike Kelly actually pointed at him, and it was his turn to talk, and then you denied him that chance. Howard Richards, Mizzou great, friend of the show, and you just cut him off.
A lot of disrespect.
He'll be pissed about that. He's a pretty ornery guy.
Yeah.
I work for the CIA, pal. You better watch it.
Takes this stuff very seriously.
Eli Drinkwitz, following the game, talked about the rivalry and how Arkansas fans, even though he's from there, are not a big fan of his work.
It's growing, I'd say. For them not thinking they were much of a rival, they sure do. It sure is growing a lot. Yeah. You know, I think a lot of it, there's a lot of people that don't like me down in that state for whatever reason, which is good. I mean, it builds the rivalry, which is good. We need this. And it was chippy out there tonight, but I hope they all understand there's a lot of mutual respect. I respect the crud out of Arkansas and their program and what they've built. And Coach Pittman, you know, it was sad that He couldn't be out there tonight because of his hip, but I really respect the way his team fought. He's got great coordinators. He's got great players. They've done a really good job this year, and got a lot of respect for those guys.
Doug, were you happy with that edit?
That was better. It was a better edit. Yeah, you're getting there.
He mentioned Pittman not being there, who's coaching from the press box, obviously because of his hip and the cold weather. I did like when they panned to the press box. The press box next to him had lights on. Pittman's clearly did not, so he's just sitting in a dark room.
I just saw the top half of his head.
With like a little flashlight in his play sheet.
He was on TikTok.
Just coaching the hell out of this football game in complete darkness in a press box.
Talk about disrespect.
I loved that. No, I loved that. I thought that was great.
I never thought I'd be disappointed with Missouri going 9-3 for in the season, but here I am.
Doesn't it feel like kind of like it hurts almost?
Mm-hmm.
I do think 9-3 feels a lot better than 8-4. Like winning that game, even though it means nothing, big picture. 8-4 is just kind of
taste in your mouth.
9-3 feels a little better.
Yeah.
Can I tell you on 9-3?
There's also, we go back to the frustration of not closing out that South Carolina game. I bet they'd be ranked 13 or 14, something like that.
Probably still, their resume would probably fall short. I was thinking of Illinois. If they had beaten Minnesota, their only two losses would be at Oregon, at Penn State.
Brett Bielema tweeted out about that.
Did he?
Yes, he did. He
Pulling
talked
an
about
old Lane Kiffin.
As far as their losses go, you take a look at what their losses are. The last second loss against Minnesota, and then the two to Oregon and Penn State. And I would say, would you agree on this, Jackson, that Illinois has a better win than Missouri?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
The win against Michigan.
Yeah, they beat Michigan 21-7.
I mean, and again, it's not like I think Michigan, but Michigan's stock went up, obviously, after...
It's probably a better win.
Nebraska and Kansas were both ranked when they beat them.
Because it goes back to what's Missouri's best win.
Vandy.
I mean, there was just...
Vandy or
just was
Auburn.
never happening that Missouri, once they lost to Alabama, it just was... Because if you want to backtrack it, because I have Missouri fans having that conversation.
If they had won
South Carolina, and I'm just telling you, because again, it becomes, okay, it's the same conversation we're having right now with regard to Miami, with regard to Alabama, South Carolina, and Ole Miss. And what would be held against Missouri, and justifiably so, is they got blown off the field in the games against A&M and Alabama. They just were never taken seriously nationally after that. It just didn't matter. The schedule that was supposedly going to lift Missouri into this opportunity, I actually think became a detriment to Missouri because they never had the opportunity to have the signature win once you knew because if they beat South Carolina, then South Carolina is a 4-loss team. It doesn't look how it looks now because of the way South Carolina has played. South Carolina then becomes an 8-4 team, and it doesn't hold the same weight. Once they got blown off the field by A&M and Alabama, it just wasn't going to happen, unfortunately, and that's where that margin of victory thing comes in. It's the same thing you talk about with Ole Miss and South Carolina. Ole Miss beat South Carolina by 2, like LSU came back to beat Ole Miss by a couple. Different conversation, but losing 27-3, even though Lenora Sellers, I don't think, was healthy in that game, I think that will be something that could be held against South Carolina if, in fact, they are in the mix for a spot in the college football playoff.
And I'd like to apologize to Jackson and the dossier because I see at 8-3, Bielema tweet about ILL. I didn't know that was on the docket.
That came late. That came late.
I didn't know that was on the docket. I was thinking if I'm an Illinois fan, I'm doing that. Oh, if we'd only beat Minnesota, if we were 10-2, not the 9-3 record, but if they were 10-2 with those 2 losses to top 3 programs, you'd be like.
But then it gets back into what is valued.
Winning 66-0.
I don't. Is it the least losses, or is it the most lot of impressive wins?
Right.
And I feel like we get conflicting messages on that.
Totally. And is it just are they trying to put in the best teams? Because if they are, I think South Carolina has a totally real.
Absolutely.
But if we're going resume, you got rolled by Ole Miss. How could you put in South Carolina over Ole Miss with the same record in that head-to-head? But if you're putting together the 10, I guess, with the group of 5 or 11 with the group of 5 best football teams, I think South Carolina has a real argument to be in there. Real argument. But I don't know what they want.
So, but they give conflicting messages. Well, we're not going to pay attention to the number on the right. That being losses, we're going to pay attention to the number on the left. Okay. Well, what do you have for Indiana? What do you have for SMU? I don't know. SMU somehow has just been baptized into they get in. What's SMU's best win?
Yeah.
I was looking at that last night. They played nobody.
Pitt.
Right.
Pitt. Did they beat Pitt?
Okay. Well, there you go.
They beat Nevada, Houston Christian, lost to BYU, beat TCU, Florida State. Louisville was ranked at the time. Stanford, Duke, Pitt was ranked at the time.
Are you sleeping on Houston Christian?
Yes, I am. They beat them 59-7 just so the committee could take note.
Well, it does look like the door has shut on Missouri's hopes, and that's a Schaefer door. That closed on them. They came right down on Missouri's playoff hopes, and they'll come right down on your garage door, which is a good thing. The Mizzou thing, not so much. But Schaefer door is always there if you have a problem with your garage door. A lot of times it happens on Monday morning. They have that special Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. They're big enough to handle any type of job. Maybe you have a business with those big, tall doors, Schaefer door. Yep, experienced in those types of jobs as well. And the service techs are not commission-based, not going to try to sell you something they don't need. I've had them out to my house, and they gave me a little strut. I thought I was going to need the whole door. Nope, I just needed a strut, and the garage door now works perfectly. Schaefer door, the website is SCHAEFER door. You can spell door. SchaeferDoor.com or call or text. Here's the number, 636-782-3608. Easier to remember probably the website, SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Chris Kerber coming up in our 8 o'clock Our Blues in Winnipeg tomorrow night. And Nolan Arenado, is he sending a message with regard to his Instagram posts?
No.
That's a tease.
Yeah, well, you're going to find out on the other side of the break here at the top of the hour as we close out the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Oh, Doug, you made a request.
No, I did not.
Jackson, let Doug know what you're playing.
What in the world is this?
The song is called Dodger Blue. It's by Kendrick Lamar.
You call him K-Dot, right, Doug?
K-Dot.
He's a baseball fan.
In a way. But this song is important because this is the song that was used in Nolan Arenado's most recent Instagram post.
Oh, my. Martin, is that like a Tavon Austin subtweet?
It's kind of like a diss track to St. Louis, I think.
What do you say in this post?
It was just like a photo dump of what he's been doing.
Photo dump?
Yeah, like where you post
Now
like...
people are going to send in photos of dumps. Jeez.
Well, that's,
par for the course.
Sure, just make sure everyone's doing well.
What does that even mean?
Stop with the scat play.
Well, you can learn a lot about what's in people's droppings. I don't know why. I'm saying
I regret it.
I'm saying too much. You brought it up.
I do. I regret it.
It was just like him posting a bunch of what he's been doing over the offseason. I think it was totally inconsequential, but he did use
Dodger Blue as the song. There's a glass of wine sitting there. He's just kind of enjoying life, but was he sort of just putting it out there? Those winter meetings are next Monday.
Yes.
I actually think there's something to it. I don't think he would randomly pick a song called Dodger Blue to post on his Instagram.
I share your opinion on that. Yeah. I don't think that these things are done coincidentally.
You should have done like Who Let the Cards Out, something like that.
You'll never be Cardinals.
How much better could life get to be early 30s and you've already made about $200 million and you got another guaranteed $200 million or so coming. You spend the winter in Southern California and wait to see what good team you get traded to.
Yeah, but
he's pretty much got it figured out.
What about our
low-powered AM radio in St. Louis?
Exposure. I prefer what we mentioned earlier.
Hi, everybody. It's Nolan, and tonight we've got wins per game, and they'll be taking on St. Louis Blue Jays.
Oh, career swap. You'll play the hot corner?
Yeah.
Be nice.
No, you would play the hot. He was being you in that
How bad do you think it would go, Jackson, if you played the hot corner one game for the Cardinals?
Ooh. I think in the field, I would make like 5 or 6 errors, but I would be okay. I think I would die of a heart attack if I saw like a Brandon Woodruff heater come right down the middle at me. That I think would knock me on my ass.
It's amazing how many comments, though, said, good, time to go. Like this premier player who a few years ago, we were like...
Not even a few, just last year.
Going into last year. I mean, his numbers were a little off in 23, but I think what was the level of excitement when they got him? Like off the charts.
Absolutely.
Plus the deal was insanely lopsided.
Which then makes you wonder what the hell the deal was with Colorado wanting to get him out. But at the trade deadline, I hammer this point home with regard to the Cardinals at the trade deadline in July of 2023. I think it was a terrible missed opportunity, and they've got to think that inside the organization as well. And if Arenado does wind up going to the Dodgers, all that does is further validate the report from the Los Angeles Times that was something that he was interested in, and the only team that he would go to, and that was an opportunity for the Cardinals in last place at the time with a dreadful year. Same with Paul Goldschmidt, and that was a missed opportunity, and I think that is something that they regret. That combined with what's taken place over the last handful of years with the television situation and not being proactive on that, and now you have a number of people who go, you know what, I haven't watched games, and I don't really miss it. Those two forces both combined for on-the-field issues for an unsuccessful team, and then off-the-field disinterest / apathy from the fan base. And those are both on the Cardinals.
But sitting this one out is sort of the mantra. So
I don't know that they've made that official.
That is it used to is the heat is on, catch us if you can. And
red mean
go. Red mean go, Ray
King would always say red mean go.
That's right. This one is sitting this one out.
It doesn't seem like a well thought out marketing strategy.
I think we stumbled into a slogan one day. Talking to Joe Buck, we stumbled into a slogan. Yeah, the Arenado eventual trade here, I think, will reflect a franchise not getting much in return for assets that, as you're pointing out, at a different time would have had a much higher return. Now I think the expectation is extremely low. Just move them, get the money off the books.
That's right. That's exactly right. We are over here talking baseball, and I just want to sleep with other listeners. That's from Don Peepy in the YouTube chat. So, Doug, if you go into the YouTube chat, it looks like they're trying to hook up. That's youtube.com/TMASTL, or you can text into the program, Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. John Cusick, not John Cusack, says the arrogance of the front office has been the largest detriment to the team's success. I actually think that there's something to that. I know that sounds particularly harsh. I don't know if I would necessarily... Arrogance, I get where he's coming from on it. I think it's the belief based on past success that therefore the future will correct itself is if I were trying to convey it to the audience, what I think played a role in the downfall. That's what I think it was. I think arrogance is like, oh, we don't care, we know we're right. And in this case, I think they're just like, well, it's always worked out, so it's going to work out again until it got too deep to climb out of.
It appears to me that ESPN has lost interest in the Cardinals as well. They list on their depth chart the starting center fielder is Tommy Edman, and his backup is Dylan Carlson as his backup.
Tommy Edman signing an extension.
Dodgers are just—they're making it rain. I mean, it's just crazy,
and everything is deferred.
Yeah, seriously, like
everything is deferred.
So much of their, but that's what I believe it was either Buster Olney or Ken Rosenthal talking about when they're talking about Juan Soto. They're like, it seems like the Dodgers pay all this money for players, and they do, but it's so deferred that they kind of have like cash flow ready to go for a player like Juan Soto.
So they are listed as in the mix for Juan Soto, even after getting Snell. Can you imagine if that happens? In a way, honestly, because the Cardinals aren't going to be in the mix next year. I mean, I guess
sitting this one out.
Yeah, they're sitting this one out. That maybe if the Dodgers got Juan Soto, that there would be further groundswell for change.
You almost need something like that to happen. Like something so egregious, like getting Ohtani and Snell and then Soto.
It's like I think the current worst rule going in sport is the college football overtime. Once you get to the third overtime, as we saw with Georgia Tech, it's just a 2-point conversion festival. What is it going to be like if you get to the college football playoff and they go to the third overtime and we've got Georgia taking on Ohio State? And it's a 2-point conversion contest. Oh, how do you do? Oh, how do you do? Now, baseball gets rid of the runner on second base in the extra innings nitwit festival. College football playoff, that's how they do it. They don't change it.
That's so ridiculous.
Do they do that saying it's all about the safety of their student athletes?
That's right. And notice the commercial breaks also.
That must be it, right? They don't want these guys to have to play games that last 5 hours.
Yeah.
And then they get commercial breaks in between each one, though. Just as a side note.
Completely unrelated.
Thank you. Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center. At Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery, whether you're taking the first step or continuing your path. The IRC's dedicated team is here to support you, and Illinois Recovery Center will help. Go ahead and visit them online at IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com or call 888-472-9559. The IRC builds the unwavering determination to thrive beyond the shadows of the past. That's IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com or call 888-472-9559. Whether you have made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, go to IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Blues and Jets tomorrow. Chris Kerber giving us his thoughts for his Monday 8:15 hit here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Joining us now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Blues broadcaster Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
Wonderful, sir. Thank you so much. Big road trip coming up. We'll discuss that. But I want to get your perspective here on the biggest change you've noticed, because you see both what we see on the ice, but also perhaps behind the scenes since Jim Montgomery has taken over with the Blues, both playing overall well, getting 5 of 6 points, but also the energy that we've seen. So what have you noticed as far as the biggest change over the last week or so?
I honestly think it's just simply a fresh start. I think it completely changes the page from the carryover from a season ago. You know, Craig Berube gets let go, Drew Bannister comes in, right, and then you had the uncertainty of whether or not Drew was going to get the full-time gig. He did, and to me, the beginning of this year felt a lot like a continuation of last year, which you would think should be fine because you were 10 games under 500 with Drew Bannister. The biggest thing, and I realize it might be a little, sports psychology, baloney here, but to me the biggest thing is it feels like now you've completely turned the page, and you're on to a next chapter. And it's not a 2-year contract; it's a 5-year contract. It's a guy that's been with 2 other teams in the league. It's a guy that has taken the Dallas Stars and the Boston Bruins to the second round of the playoffs. Things along those kind of lines. So to me, that's what I see on the ice. You're seeing kind of similar stuff so far. You're seeing excellent goaltending that you need to keep you into games. You're seeing a power play that's got 1 goal in 3 games, now albeit a big one the other night with 13 seconds or 18 seconds to go in the game. You're seeing, Jim Montgomery have to answer questions about, getting that third man high and getting the forecheck going. But it's going to take time, I think, for Jim Montgomery to really get the program on the ice that he wants to get implemented. That's his style of play that he's been successful with. But to me, the biggest change initially is just a fresh feeling of kind of turning a page. And I think you're seeing that in some extra energy and a spring in the step, if that makes any sense.
And don't you think the third period has been the most noticeable difference? Because they were getting clobbered. We've mentioned this stat a bunch on this show, but they were just sort of collapsing in the final 20 minutes, and that's been entirely different the last 3 games.
Yeah, and actually in the last game, there wasn't a very good first 2 periods, and it was a good third period. And even in New Jersey, Martin, the Blues started really well, and then the Devils just took it to the Blues, for a couple of periods there. So, again, you're going to see some of this offensive inconsistency for a little while here, until Jimmy can get his system in place. But yeah, I think the third periods for the most part have been really good. And look, the reality of it is the Blues continue to have the one thing that you need to get you through a transition, to get you going in a game, and they've got the goaltending. And my God, has that been just terrific?
Yeah, and they had a nice ceremony for Bennington on Saturday night for being the club's all-time winningest goalie. Does he have a legitimate claim now for being the best goaltender in Blues history?
Oh, Doug, I was thinking about that yesterday. Yeah, you know what? You really have to start. You have to start asking that question. I don't know. Like, his resume's not going to get to the point, I think, of a Glenn Hall, right? And so, but if you think of some of the greats that have played here, Glenn Hall and Grant Fuhrer, for example, right? They made their bones and made their reputation with another team. Curtis Joseph, I think, is going to have to be up there, but then they traded him before he got, near some of those records. In terms of goaltenders whose careers are with the St. Louis Blues, it's hard not to put him over Curtis Joseph and over, Mike Liut. And I'm not sure, and the other one, and you have to put in the accomplishments because, guys, what'll blow your mind, and I think most people forget this, if you go look at the Blues records, the goaltender that owns the record for goals against average and save percentage for the Blues with close to 200 games played, it was Brian Elliott. Yeah. Right? And, who's back with the organization. But I think when the competitiveness, what he's done with the team in terms of the big games that he's helped them win, what he's done in the playoffs, now that he owns that record, he'll own the home record for home wins before too long. And over the next 2 years, if he plays out his contract with the Blues, he'll own the games played record. I think, Doug, that you could make the case that he should be up there as the best goaltender to have played for the Blues. In terms of, and I think you got to keep that in mind. You got to keep it with the Blues goaltender, a guy that made his bones with the Blues rather than another team.
Curbs, I don't know that you were looking to go out and start a fight on Saturday night, but it would have been the night to do it. You had Chaser and Cam Jansen next to you in the booth. You'll never be tougher in your life. You had those two guys. It sounded great. How much fun was that for you? And I told these guys earlier, I flip it on. Within 30 seconds, Chaser's complaining about the officials. I said, this feels right.
You know the funny part about, well, first off, it was great. He got a little reprieve from the hospital before he goes back in, so it was awesome having Chaser up there filling in for Joe. Cam's going to judge. Joe's going to be doing some TV work this week, intermissions and pre- and post-game stuff, so Cam Jansen's going to join us on the Canadian trip this week, so it'll be great having Cam there. It was just awesome that, their perspectives of the game and how they broke it down. And, I think, some of the easiest radio segments I've had to do in a while. I said, "Hi, fellas, what do you think?" And then I just shut up for an hour and a half. So I thought it was, it was really good. The fun part about that story was Cam asked him about the fact that the Blues are, kind of the post-game award that they give in the locker room is one of Chaser's 2 shoulder pad sets that he wore. And he actually said that he got those shoulder pads when he had to spend his own money to get them. His dad made him become a referee because he came home from a game and was complaining about the referee. So his dad said, "Really, you think it's that easy?" So his dad made him become a referee, take the classes, get certified, and actually ref some games. So the funny part about that, Martin, is the shoulder pads that they're passing around, he bought with money that he earned while reffing games because he was complaining about the referee.
Wow, so it all ties together. It all goes back to
it all comes full circle, doesn't it?
And it always goes back to Chaser complaining about the referees.
Oh, yeah. Well, he wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it's an extraordinarily hard game to officiate. They try to create these standards, and for the most part, like as a broadcaster, you get used to them. But what gets frustrating is you'll say, okay, like you'll just see a guy go down, and you'll immediately expect a penalty these days. And in that game, there were some trips and some hooks and some things that you would have expected to be called, and they weren't. Now, look, I love the fact that they weren't because it's a little bit tougher, got to battle through hockey, but players are used to some of that stuff being called, so they look at a referee, they throw their hands in the air, whatever it may take. So it's that is truly a thankless job.
Chris Kerber with us here. Kerbs, before we let you go, I'm curious what you think about the test the Blues will face here heading out to Western Canada starting tomorrow night with the best team in the league and what we'll learn about this team perhaps over the next series of games.
Yeah, this is actually going to be a crazy road trip and a make-or-break road trip. Oh, I tell you what, if you go 0-4, I think it could be, right? Honestly, if you can come out of this road trip 500 or even a game better than 500, I think you're going to take it with the direction that the Blues have been going in. Now, the Winnipeg Jets, what's crazy is the unreal start that they had at like 12-1-1. They've now lost 3 in a row, and the Minnesota Wild, who have actually played 1 game fewer, are tied with them in the standings. So the Minnesota Wild actually lead the Central Division. But the Blues have struggled up there in Winnipeg, except in that 2019 playoff series. So that's an extremely tough place for them to go. And, the Jets are going to be fired up having lost 3 in a row. Then you continue out west. You've got Calgary, who's in a playoff spot, or right there battling with Edmonton, and the Edmonton Oilers are starting to come along having won 3 in a row. And then after that, you finish with the Vancouver Canucks. Who just continue to be really good. This to me is as difficult a road trip and a difficult a 4-game stretch on the road that the Blues have had this season or will have all season long. So one hell of a test. And the fun part is instead of, with those 2 days off in between Edmonton and Vancouver, normally you'd go to Vancouver and you'd get your day off in Vancouver, which is actually pretty nice. Taylor Swift has taken over the city of Vancouver because of a couple of concerts, and so hotels were impossible to come by. So the team will be spending a couple extra days in balmy Edmonton.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful, especially this time of year.
Got to be delighted with that in December. That is glorious.
Blues fans will be turning on Taylor Swift now. Didn't that already happen during the match game? Wasn't it? Yeah, that was already a thing.
What was it? What? Sorry, I missed that.
Well, I think we played the audio, didn't we? Did we play that audio? Taylor Swift. There was a lookalike. Taylor Swift got booed at the. Well, anyway, it's neither here nor there. It's neither here nor there.
You mean the lookalikes?
Yeah, during the game, how they do the match game.
You're thinking match game, and I'm sitting there thinking of some romance thing we did during the game. Like, I don't know what the hell that was. No, the lookalikes. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm okay with that. Hey, I just so long fans are being passionate and have some fun. It's going to be a hell of a road trip, and you know the thing is, even if you look beyond that, they come home from this road trip, which is going to be a 10-day span. You're leaving today, you're not coming home until the 11th. Right, so it'll be 10 days on the road. You come home, you've got the one home game in there, and then you go right back on the road to Dallas, and then you're on, and then you're home for a couple. It's a really hard schedule for the Blues between now and Christmas, and honestly, it's a make or break month of December here. You've got to stay close, and they're close. They're 4 points out, but you've got to stay close with all this road hockey coming up to give yourself a chance in the second half.
Chris Kerber with us here every Monday on TMA. Blues starting out in Winnipeg tomorrow night. You can hear the call here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m. Blues and Jets. Kerbs, always appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week.
You too. That's Chris Kerber here on 101 ESPN, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Gabe DeArmond is coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. In the 10 o'clock hour, this is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN.
Hey, guys, listen up. Classic Air Care is St. Louis's trusted home services company. They've got nearly a century of experience serving St. Louis and the surrounding areas, and they're the top choice for all things heating and air conditioning. You want that heater going well now as you're getting into December. Their expert teams puts your comfort first. You can always count on them for exceptional service, state-of-the-art products, and lasting results. You still have time to get one of the current in-stock units. If you have been needing to replace your unit and been putting it off, you save money by doing it now. That's why so many customers continue to turn to Classic Air Care for their home services needs. You can go to their website at classicaircare.com, read the amazing reviews. The link is right at the top of the page. Vince, the technician, was very polite and timely. Took his time to answer any and all questions we had. Also made sure we completely understood the services he provided. That came from Christopher. There's thousands more like that, so you know you're going to be comfortable bringing them in. They've got 0% financing for 18 months. Everything is on their website. Go to classicaircare.com. You can book an appointment online. You can call online, but they will come to your house and make sure that you're comfortable. It's Classic Air Care, making people comfortable since 1926.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Soliga Heating and Cooling. Don't look now, folks, but here come the Orlando Magic, defeating the Brooklyn Nets last night, 100-92. That's 6 wins in a row for Orlando. That's 12 out of their last 13 for last year's 5th seed out of the East, Franz Wagner, with 20 points last night. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Soliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Doug, my favorite football coach in the college ranks is at Syracuse, and that's Fran Brown.
Oh, no.
And his team knocked off Miami, and he's the gentleman we played the audio that when they lose, he does not shower because he wants to penalize himself. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he got a chance to wash up real nice like on Saturday because they beat the Hurricanes after trailing Miami 21-0. Here's Fran Brown sending out a shout-out to Dabo Swinney because his win knocked Miami out of the ACC championship game and put Clemson in.
Okay.
Coach, you said in your pregame speech, this is your championship game. How does it feel?
Well, it's a championship game. We worked our butts off for it. Fell short a few times, and then we got the opportunity to do this. Hey, Dabo Swinney, congrats. I got you in, baby. I'll holler at you later.
You get a shower?
Hey, guess what? I'm getting washed. Hey.
Gosh.
I'm getting washed.
In the history of sports,
I'm getting washed.
in the history of sports broadcasting, has a sideline reporter ever said, "Are you going to shower?"
After being told, "I'll holla at you later."
And then he said, "I love Clemson.
I love Clemson. I love Texas A&M."
9-3, Syracuse Orange. Like what a turnaround
for a goofball. He's done a good job.
His introductory press conference was awesome.
Yeah,
he was a Georgia coach last year. That's incredible, and that's a tip of the cap. They've got some good up and coming coaches in the ACC. Fran Brown, Brent Key, nearly knocking off Georgia on Friday night in the 8 overtime game. And somebody will be replacing Mac Brown in North Carolina as well. I don't know who will get on the radar there. But, a number of young and up-and-coming coaches. Now, this is one, I like what the gentleman's saying, but I didn't know who he was, honestly. When I think of head coaches at Texas Tech, I go back to Mike Leach. But I feel like they've had a revolving door of kind of nondescript head coaches since Mike Leach. Jackson, this gentleman's name?
Joey McGuire.
Joey McGuire.
Oh, yeah, Tom Cruise.
And he had this observation that I thought was astute, and it kind of went after Gary Pinkel a little bit.
Football right now is really screwed up, and I'm gonna kind of talk about that. It comes down to a patch, I guess, that's on your jersey, because... Now, stick with me. If Texas wins the SEC, that means a Big 12 team from last year won the SEC. If Oregon wins the Big 10, that means a Pac-12 team won the Big 10. And if Arizona State, so that means a Pac-12 team won the Big 12. And then if SMU wins the ACC, that means an American team won the ACC. So I think it's absolutely embarrassing what this football committee and, we got to back up what we need to do on the field so they get pissed off at me. But it's absolutely embarrassing what they're doing to this conference. I think the Big 12 should be in. The Big 12 champion should be in the Final Four. I just think we need to relook at this and quit looking at what patch and what logo it says on your jersey of what conference you're from, and look at the tape. I know some of the guys on there. I'm shocked that some of the old football coaches that know what they're looking at are not having more of an influence whenever it comes to that committee. So I hope they do. And, that's my deal for the Big 12, because I'm proud to be a part of this conference. I think it's great football, and, excited to see what happens.
Gary Pinkel is one of the handful of coaches on the committee. You have some athletic directors, but you also have some head coaches, and Gary Pinkel is one of those head coaches on there. And he says people are getting caught up with the conferences and not necessarily the teams, and points out that Oregon's a Pac-12 team, SMU, an American Athletic Conference team, Texas, a Big 12 team, and who am I leaving out? I'm leaving out somebody, but either
Oregon,
way, I already said Oregon.
You already said Arizona State.
Arizona State, thank you. Pac-12, another Pac-12 team.
Yeah,
it is crazy when you hear it that way. Like, Oregon out of the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Texas out of the SEC. Wait, what? I mean, there is a point to be made. He's basically saying, give the Big 12 some credit.
Well, how badly could you mismanage the Pac-12 to have let that conference just dissipate the way it did?
The television contract is what went on there.
Yeah.
The CW does have the current Pac-12 contract, which the two teams that
Oregon State and Washington State.
I think they played each other twice. They had a home and home.
Next year
If Clemson were to lose to SMU this weekend, they are projected to play Washington State. You want to talk about a wide delta on an outcome of a game. If Clemson wins, good chance that they are the 3 seed in the college football playoff. If they lose, they play a team that essentially doesn't have a conference in Washington State.
Yeah, they basically play on like a Tecmo Bowl game.
Yeah, you go from playing like Georgia in the second round to going and playing Washington State in front of no one.
Yeah, and I think we're about to be staring down the barrel, too, of with the 12-team playoff, people truly realizing how inconsequential these other bowl games are and how kind of lame that they are. I mean, I'm sure people have a pretty good idea of it now, but like when you have way more games that matter a lot, the games that don't matter will continue to get less and less interesting.
So therefore, you're not excited about Missouri playing in
Tampa?
No.
Illinois playing in the city?
Orlando?
No. Football the college football season for my fandom, the book has kind of been closed on that.
Oh, what about the playoffs?
Well, I'm talking about for like Missouri.
Okay.
Like in terms of watching college football, it's just getting started. But in terms of my fandom, like the team I root for, I did all when Brady Cook ran that touchdown, and that was all the rooting. That was it.
You don't have another team to pull for now in the playoffs?
I'd pull for Indiana. I'd like to see them make a little run if they get in. I'd like to see them do a little something. But
what about the Fighting Irish?
Yeah, sure. It wouldn't really affect me. I know you're like setting me up to for this
100%
whole.
I am. Anti-Irish Catholic. That's Jackson.
I did.
It's kind of a tough one for the Alliance.
I did see rumors of Marcus Freeman possibly being on the Bears' radar to make the jump.
What about Marcus Freeman going to Ohio State?
Ooh, man, that would be wild.
He's an Ohio State guy.
Yeah, I get that from that perspective. Boy, I don't know. You'd be hated so bad by Notre Dame fans, and then if you lose to Michigan again, then you're hated by Ohio State fans. You can really turn. Same with like being the Bears coach, like you can be hated so quickly.
The Bears seem cursed. Like there's nothing that's going to happen up there to help the Bears.
I brought that up the other day, and I got eviscerated.
It doesn't matter what they do; they're just not going to. It's not going to happen for you.
They also
Chicago.
make a lot of bad decisions too, though. To go with being cursed.
That was a Take Smith's delight on Thanksgiving. I mean, a Take Smith's delight with Matt Eberflus, former Missouri coach. And what has he done since? Is he getting terminated? Oh, I thought you said he has a statement after getting fired.
Oh, I think I just included an article about what he had to say after getting fired.
They said the Bears had never fired a coach in season before, and they had him come out and do the media press conference on Friday and then fired him after that.
Yeah.
It's almost like some of these teams don't know what they're doing.
No.
But that clock management late in the game, and I know it did set off a Twitter firestorm. I think there are flag football coaches who would have managed the clock better. Yeah. I don't understand. And then he explained it, and I thought, that doesn't make any sense. Like,
it must be the chaos of battle where you just get caught up in everything. But how many assistant coaches do they have? You'd think one of them would get on the headset and say, hey, take the time out, unless they're all afraid of him.
And they had a timeout, but they ran out of time. So how does that... And I was kidding about it, but I think the Bears are really good at not winning. I mean, if you think about the Washington loss, the blocked kick against the Packers, I mean, there's a lot of games they could have easily won or should have won. They didn't. So I don't know if they're cursed as much as they're just bad at things.
It must be that he just doesn't have a good enough rapport with any of his assistants that they can feel like they can talk to him in a time of, when the game's on the line.
I can't take credit for this thought. It was Chris Wong's podcast. His podcast host once brought this up, and I don't think he's wrong, that you should hire a kid who plays Madden all the time to be your clock manager. Because if there's anybody who understands clock, it's someone who plays a lot of Madden video games. And so if you have someone in the booth yelling, like he has the right of first refusal for any timeout. He's the one who calls the timeout, and then you free up the coach.
Well,
and I'm not
don't
saying
they have
it's
many
wrong.
other assistant coaches who could do that?
He wants a kid in that
I
role,
want
Doug.
someone
He
who's
wants a
in the
little
trenches
kid.
with Madden because they know when to use the timeouts.
Why? Why do they know more than the coach who's worked
I don't
at
know.
it for
Wouldn't
20 years?
you have called a timeout after getting sacked within that moment?
I certainly would have.
Right.
But even if I was a head coach, thinking, about a player that if he's going to swap out a player, if he's going to call another play, and you get lost in when you should call a timeout, that's when you got to have an assistant somewhere in your ear that you trust.
This Madden kid.
I don't know that it needs to be a kid.
Will you be hiring a Madden kid? Like all these college teams are now hiring GMs. You see that?
Right.
Andrew Luck is the general manager of Stanford.
I kind of like that because it is a business now. Why not have a GM running things?
Right.
Even Woj going back to St. Bonaventure just to kind of run.
Bonnie's.
I don't know how much money's flowing through the Bonnie's program, but I guess Woj will handle it. I'd like to go back and be the Marquette GM.
You're going to go be the GM?
I would like to do that.
Jeff Lotman runs quite a business himself. It's at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. If you're looking to buy a home or sell a home, work with Jeff Lotman of Compass Realty. He's online at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Yeah, JEFFLOTTMANN.com. That's Jeff Lotman with Compass Realty. They have Compass Concierge, where you can take your home buying or selling experience to the next level, whether you've prepared to sell or want to enhance your new space. Compass Concierge has you covered. No upfront costs. Need fresh paint, new carpet, light renovations, home staging. Compass Concierge has you covered. Go online at JEFFLOTTMANN.com and work with Jeff Lotman. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The show is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Croup, and this is 101 ESPN.
Get ready for the 12 days of savings coming to you from our friends at Schnucks. We just saved all that money on our Thanksgiving unbeatable meal deal. Well, next up, make note of it, 12/11 to 12/22. December 11th is when it arrives. It's the 12 days of savings brought to you by Schnucks this holiday season. You'll save up to 25% on your holiday essentials. And something my wife was doing yesterday at the Schnucks. Digital coupons. You put it into the app, and then when you check out, it's automatically taking off those savings. It's unbelievable. Every day during the event, the Schnucks will be putting out new digital coupons with every hot offer. Look at that Schnucks Rewards app. Check out the daily offers. Clip those digital coupons. Each offer lasts just one day. Be sure to grab these hot deals while you can. It's the 12 days of savings. Big holiday savings from Schnucks. Check out those weekly ads, the Schnucks Rewards app. Just get on the app. It's real simple. You're going to save money. 12 days of savings at Schnucks starting on December 11th only in the Schnucks Rewards app.
It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Chris Kerber was with us earlier. Miss anything? We've got the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app, and you can go back and podcast like the Dickens, and you can always go back and watch the program on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. Don PP is in the YouTube chat, and he says, yeah, we love our women, just love our fellow men, too.
What?
Just reading what's going on in there.
That's what he felt like he needed to text us.
A lot of the early texters on this show were about where they wanted to plant the flag. I don't know if that surprises you, Tim, but that was sort of the early theme.
Where did they
I don't know. And then there's a lot of stuff about you, that you're their favorite side is Tim, I think.
Oh, Doug.
Well, I'm just reading. I'm going back over some of the old texts. It's been a busy day on the
What
text
flag
line.
are they hoping to plant?
Well, I think you can guess. 3, 2, 1. And welcome back.
Well, just thinking, if we should have a big month in the ratings, should we go plant a 101 ESPN flag on some of the radio stations' parking lot?
Like on the roof?
Right next to their satellite dish.
Planted
flag.
That's the dumbest comment ever, Virgin. Put a 10-year-old in charge of an NFL team's clock management. So stupid. It's from the Worson Woods wacko. Great idea, Jackson. Yeah, that'll work. What am I listening to? That's from Harrison's Brother Master. That is Jackson's idea on having a Madden kid.
I gave credit to the person who came up with the idea. I told you I listened to it on Chris Long's podcast. I was just citing it. And how can you watch what Matt Eberflus and the Bears did against the Lions and be like, nope, everyone else, you're the dumb one for providing a solution. Everybody and their mother was screaming, call a timeout. You just got sacked. Call a timeout. And they didn't. So I would give it to anybody over what happened there.
I've always said at baseball games, let the beer vendor decide. You'll hear the beer vendor say, get him out of there. The pitcher, get him out of there. And they leave him in and he gives up a homer. Like, the beer vendor knew to take him out.
It doesn't take a football genius to know you should probably take a timeout if you have one.
Walk it back, Jackie. Walk it back. That's from Flip Wilson.
I didn't walk it. I'm not walking anything back. First of all, I think it's a good take.
But you're not being serious. You're just kind of.
How many times did we watch Drinkowitz mess up the clock? He gave Vandy 3 points. He gave Vandy
how
3.
Old are these kids you want making the
They could be 19, 20. I'm talking about who's best for the job. Give me the best Madden players. I guarantee you they know how to run the clock.
So should
double down.
Every assistant coach working in football today.
You would think.
They all should.
You would think.
So
but also, the coaches don't call, most of the head coaches don't call the offensive plays or the defensive plays. What else are they working on? Let's make sure we get the clock nailed down.
Is it possible this guy was just in way over his head, Eberflus?
I know.
In way over his head and didn't have a clue what he was doing in crunch time?
Yeah, that's why he got fired. So
so the only solution is to bring in a kid to fix it.
Listen, they laughed at this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah.
The DH, they laughed at it. Now look at it. These things, progress sometimes is going to be met with shock.
Jackson, I know we're clearing the deck on
CTD.
audio.
This is big CTD.
Clearing the deck. I would like to request audio for tomorrow. Our Cleveland banquet guy, can we see what he had to say about the Ohio State loss since he was irate with Will Howard after a win? I would love to know what he's saying after the Buckeyes melted down. So clip and save if you want.
I'll find that. And, the Browns are playing tonight right here on 101.
Kurt will probably have it soon, but I'm just saying,
And Sherman Kurt's pulling it.
I mean, no offense.
Yeah, this segment without a guest would be a good one to pepper with drops. Just an FYI. Thanks, that's from Big Tuft, and he's not happy with the lack of drops.
Just wants 2-second drops over any content we might come up with.
We all get choices every day.
Yeah.
We're all
could you play just one?
This is like a speech at the ESPYs.
There's a crossroads. You can choose the dark path, which is so tempting. And you can choose the light path of just moving on and trying to better yourself. And I'll choose the latter.
You're going to choose the latter.
But boy, howdy, does the other side, the other path seem...
You want to go after Big Tuft.
I'd like to go after a couple people.
Who do you want to go after?
Oh, don't let me get started on the list. That's how I go down the path.
The list? Do you have a mental list?
Oh, there's a list.
You look to plant the flag?
No flag planting.
Would it be a Ledoux flag?
Good question.
What time is it?
What would your flag
Due time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
What would my flag be? Probably just really pale.
A pale flag. You couldn't even see it.
That says surrender.
Like you go to Home Depot and you just say, like, what color do you want? I just pull my sleeve up.
All right, you're not going to play any drops at all?
I would. Okay. You can't ask. People can't ask me questions or ask me to dress thing. And then also, I only have the two hands.
Well, we saw when I hugged you the other day, you are tethered. So
I am
you
tethered.
can't move very far.
Okay.
I had a question for Doug.
Doug is taking questions?
Well, no, I don't usually, but if it's
My
a good one.
13-year-old son the other day, we were going to shoot some baskets, and I said something. He goes, "Okay, bucko." And I think he was kidding, but I thought, what age? My cute little kid called me bucko, and I think he was trying to be ironic and like doing material, but I said, don't call me bucko.
Well, he's 13 now.
And I said, I want to ask Doug, when does it, your cute little kid that you love, and Tim, this is going to happen to you, when do they kind of shift their adolescent? They're just kind of sarcastic little snots.
You're right there.
I'm right there.
6th, 7th grade. 7th and 8th grade is probably the 2 worst years of a human being for behavior.
Well, we're right there.
Oh, you're in the sweet spot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're transitioning between kid and adult, and they've got all the answers, and that's really the rough area. You're right in the middle of it right now. Right
That's how you know when you get called bucko.
I just felt like I was on the text line and somebody didn't like my take, bucko. And he was trying to be funny, I think, but he also was kind of taking a chance that he could like put his dad in his place by condescending, calling him bucko.
It's always comma bud. That's what every condescending tweet at me is always finished with comma bud.
Oh, is that right? So bud would be worse than bucko.
Yeah, bud's the worst.
Bud's the worst.
I'm scorned by that.
So if it starts with and then it finishes comma bud.
Oh yeah, nice take there, bud. Like it's so belittling.
Did you take your son behind a woodshed after that?
I did not. I said, why are you calling me buck? He goes, what? He goes, it's just a word. I said, I know, but I feel like you were trying to push the limits of disrespect.
Oh.
And we're not going to take it. We are not going to take that.
You have to take it now. You do anything to a kid, you get arrested.
And I punished him. He said, okay, we'll go to Cane's. I showed him.
The Colonel's going to join us here in a matter of moments, brought to you by James Carlton. Mark Hanna is a longtime sponsor of TMA and the Tim McKernan Show podcast. Online at evergreenstl.com or give Mark a call at 314-889-0503. Everyone needs a financial advisor. It's just the way that it is, and I'm telling you, if you can learn that at a younger age, that is better. And if you give Mark a call, I have a feeling that when you get off the phone with him, you're going to feel even better, not only about your situation, but about working with somebody who truly cares and customizes each plan to the individual. It's not a one-size-fits-all plan. It's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-889-0503. That's how you can call them or go online at evergreenstl.com. Mark Hanna offers securities through Equitable Advisors LLC, member FINRA and SIPC, and offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network LLC. Gabe DeArmond, presented to you by James Carlton, coming up next here on TMA on 101 ESPN. TMA, it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. 9 o'clock hour, and James Carlton is in studio. Hello, James.
Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Oh, fine. We're doing fine.
James Carlton's online at carltoninsurance.net. And you were not in Columbia for the Missouri game. I'm surprised to hear that.
No, I wasn't, but I got the great offer to go see Moana 2 in theaters on Friday, and I convinced my wife to let me go see the Chiefs and Raiders instead by myself. Went to Arrowhead and enjoyed a great Friday afternoon football game. That was my first time seeing Mahomes in person. You know, Missouri Chiefs. Had all my gear on from Schnucks and had a great time. Had a great time. That was a fun day.
Really?
Beats Moana too.
Do the tailgating out there too?
Did you go there and drink by yourself?
No, I was
outside
by yourself. You know, I used AI. What's the right time to pull the trigger? Oh. And they said 15 minutes before kickoff. And I got a great seat. The guy comes in. And I knew this was the guy that just sold me the ticket. And I go, how much lower were you willing to go? He goes, I was just going to eat the ticket after that. So I got a primetime seat for way below face value.
What'd you pay? We want to know figures.
I paid $200, but it was a primetime seat.
Let's see what the Colonel thinks. He's a lifelong Chiefs fan, and he's with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN. Morning, Colonel.
Hey, that was not in any way a good football game, James. But glad you got to check out football heaven over there.
Can I have one gripe about their in-game setup?
No, you can't.
The PA guy on his third down, everybody's getting jacked up. It's time for another Kansas City third, and then he goes down. Why does he announce it like that?
That's because the crowd is supposed to yell it.
Okay, I'll get used to it.
The
Chiefs rules?
Yeah, whatever.
The Chiefs rules. Let's get to the Tigers.
It's right after the last word of the Star Spangled Banner is Chiefs.
I get that. Yeah, I get that from Mizzou games.
We've got that here with the Blues. Absolutely. Colonel, I have to tell you, I was really disappointed in you on Friday night. And, Doug, you know I'm a Colonel Lemming.
Oh, sure you are.
Wow.
But I'm on PowerMizzou.com, and I see you acquiesce to the many posters who are chastising you for the last month, saying that if Missouri would have beaten South Carolina, they could have still been in the mix for a college football playoff spot, and I was disappointed to see you acquiesce to the mob.
So let me explain. I do not think Missouri would have gotten in because I don't think South Carolina is going to get in. But because of all the madness that happened in the last 2 weeks, more teams, if you change one result, more teams are, at least Missouri's in the conversation. It was probably wrong to, and I still don't think I pronounced the hopes dead after Alabama. I said without complete chaos, and that was still accurate. It took complete chaos, would have taken complete chaos to even get Missouri in the conversation. I do not think Missouri would have gotten in. I do not think South Carolina is getting in. I do not think Ole Miss is getting in. So, it's degrees of a conversation. I mean, I still think ultimately the A&M loss is the one that really is the reason Missouri was never seriously in the conversation.
Yeah, I thought that once it's 75-10, no matter what, that is what was going to be held against them, even had they beaten South Carolina, because then at that point South Carolina is viewed differently as is it in best case scenario 8-14.
That's the thing about South Carolina now. Partly because they've beaten some of the teams they've beaten, they don't have a top 15 win. They've got 2 ranked wins, but A&M's no longer ranked. Missouri's 21st, 20th, whatever. So they don't really – they have some good wins, but because they won those games, they don't have wins they can hold up against Alabama beating Georgia and Tennessee beating Alabama.
So you are of the opinion that if there is a spot open of Ole Miss, Alabama, and South Carolina, and are you including Miami in there, that Alabama gets the nod over those other 3?
I would go Alabama because I think Miami's best win is what, Louisville, maybe, they're
Miami or Florida or Louisville. I mean, if Louisville's 8-4 with a weird loss to Stanford,
right?
And
so
Miami beat Florida.
They have a very Missouri-like resume. They have a couple of okay wins, and then they have a whole bunch of wins that are a lot closer than they should have been. And then they have, obviously the losses. Alabama's beaten Georgia. Like, they've shown to me if they get in the playoff, they can beat somebody else in that. But Miami hasn't shown me that. Ole Miss has shown me that, but they've also shown me they can lose to Kentucky, which I think is a disqualifier. And with South Carolina, to me, if South Carolina gets in, what you were saying is, we don't care about the first 2 months of the season. All we care about is the last 4 weeks. I mean, because nobody was talking about South Carolina at 5-3 as a team you needed to be paying any attention to. Yes, they beat A&M and beat Missouri and had a really nice last month, but they lost on the field to Alabama, and they lost on the field by 25 points to Ole Miss. There is zero way I can justify putting them in over either of those teams.
I would be surprised if they got in. The one thing I would say with regard to head-to-head in the committee is that 2 weeks ago in the rankings, they had BYU behind SMU, and they both had the same record, despite the fact that BYU went to Dallas and beat SMU.
Well, last week, I think it was very intentional. Alabama was 13, Ole Miss was 14, South Carolina was 15. I don't think that was an accident. Now, if you want to say South Carolina beating Clemson is more impressive than Alabama and Ole Miss winning their rivalry games, and that's going to jump in, I just don't agree. And I would be saying the same thing. I have a good friend who covers South Carolina, and he was kind of making the case for them, and I was making the case against them. And I said I'd feel the same way if it was Missouri. If you've got Missouri, A&M, and Alabama, and they're all kind of the same, well, you can't put Missouri in ahead of Alabama and A&M because they had their chance and they couldn't beat them.
I agree with that principle. It's like when Notre Dame, I don't know, it was the game of the century, 1993, Charlie Ward, Florida State. Yeah. Notre Dame beat Florida State, but then they lost to Boston College in the final week of the season, and then Florida State went to the championship game ahead of Notre Dame. And I always thought, how in the hell is that possible when Notre Dame beat Florida State? So I agree, and that was the main reason for me not thinking Missouri could pass A&M or Alabama because of head-to-head. But I thought it was odd that the committee put BYU behind SMU with the same record, even though BYU had won at SMU. Let's talk about what happened with Missouri and Arkansas and the fitting way Brady Cook's career came to an end at Faurot Field and that final touchdown run. What stood out to you, perhaps behind the scenes, that you got to see or hear from Saturday afternoon in a game that I saw you writing about it? 9-3 feels a lot different than 8-4.
It does, and I just thought, what a perfect way for that team to end the season. Like, the truth is, they were never as good as we hoped they were. They just, like, we wait every week, we would talk about, well, okay, where's the next gear? Well, there just wasn't a next gear. They kind of were the same speed from Boston College on. They were a tough team that won ugly, but they were not an elite football team, and Saturday was kind of the same, right? They did almost nothing in the first half. They looked like a team that I thought believed their quarterback couldn't throw a football. He was 3 for 6 for 26 yards in the first half, something like that. Then goes in, gets the ball with a minute left, and his coach sits on it and calls a timeout with 2 seconds left to allow him to get sacked. So that was all very strange. And then it was like they said, okay, it's the last 30 minutes now. We need to go do our thing. And this team somehow had a way, when they got you in a close game in the fourth quarter, they simply did not believe you could beat them. And most times they were right.
And you had a great stat this morning in the 10 Thoughts on Power Mizzou about those close games. I mean, Mizzou is 9-1 in the last 2 seasons in those close games. Granted, the LSU game ended up being a 2-score game, which was essentially a 1-score game the whole time, and Georgia was close as well. But a stat that I was blown away by, did you say that Eli Drinkwitz has never beaten a team that finished the season with a positive winning SEC record? Is that what I read this morning?
His record against teams that finished SEC play above 500 is 0-12 in 5 years. And what that proves is, like, there's a stat out there about Mark Stoops, right? He's like 2-30 or something. Well, first of all, until this year, there are usually only 4 or 5 teams that finish better than 500 in the SEC. So there's not very many of them. If they finish better than 500, they only lose 3 games, so they don't get beat a lot. But what it also proves, and I've said this over and over and over, to have a pretty successful top 25 football team, all you've got to go do is beat the average and bad teams on your schedule. if you do that, you're going to win 8 or 9 every single year. I mean, Missouri was 11-2 last year, and look, they did, they beat Tennessee last year, but Tennessee ends up 4-4 in the SEC. Go beat Ohio State. I'm not saying they didn't have good wins, but all you've got to do to be in pretty good position is beat the bad teams on your schedule. Now, what you have to do to take that next step is, eventually you do have to win that LSU game. You do have to win that Georgia game. You're going to have to beat one of those teams to kind of join the conversation as being one of those teams. But I thought it was really Gary Pinkel's entire career here. He never really beat a good Texas team. He never really beat a good Oklahoma team. But he beat absolutely everybody else.
Gabe, how do you think they view the 9-3 in the building? I know there's a portion of the fan base that is disappointed. It was about the college football playoff, and when that fell off the table, a lot of folks checked out. But it seems like a majority of the fans are happy with it. What about in the building? What do you think they really believe about this year, knowing what we thought could happen in August?
I think they're overall, probably pleased, not satisfied. I mean, there was clearly a goal and a hope, but I also think inside the building, I think they were a little more aware of some of the limitations of this team that maybe those of us outside glossed over in this kind of hysteria to make the 12-team playoff. I still don't understand a little bit quite why this offense was why they couldn't throw the ball much all year. Luther had 2 targets and I think 11 yards of total offense in the last game of the year. There are some things I don't get, but again, I think overall you're 9-3, you're in the top 20. If you can go win a bowl game, you're guaranteeing you're finished this season ranked. And I know that Missouri fans hate to hear it, and I'm not saying you shouldn't have higher goals, but there are only about 8 to 10 programs that can say we're starting every year where if we don't make the playoff, it's a failure. If you are at one of those other programs, I mean, hey, you've got to walk before you run, and the truth is Missouri had one good year, right? And a lot of people said, well, we're off and going now. Well, that's not how it works. I mean, we see flashes in the pan all the time. We see a team win 10, 11 games, and then you never hear from them again. Are we just convinced Indiana is now a good football program that's in the conversation for the playoff every year because they're going to do it one year? Absolutely not. So to back up 11 wins with 9 and a top 20 finish, I understand why people hoped it would be more. But I think it's also, and Gerard Hamilton wrote about this morning on our site, the key to this season is, look, the floor has been raised for this program, right? Maybe you haven't reached the ceiling yet, but Gary Pinkel reached a point where you started the year and you said, well, we pretty much know we're winning 8. Now, will we win more than that? Who knows? But our bad years are now going to be 8 and 5. And I don't know if Eli Drinkwitz is quite there yet. I think he has to do that another year or two to prove he's there. But this is at least kind of a step in that direction.
Gabe, another thing I found interesting from the post-game comments was certainly the toxic culture that Brady Cook alluded to when he joined the program. And then I'm watching Barry Odom's press conference and had me choking up a bit. What should fans feel about Barry Odom in his time at Mizzou? I mean, the guy was a true son, played at Mizzou, coached under Pinkel, seemed beloved by the players when he got that opportunity, if you recall that video from when they announced him. But all of a sudden, we're hearing about all this toxic culture that Brady was involved in. I'm just curious, what are your thoughts about his time at Mizzou and how players and fans feel toward Barry Odom at this point?
And for context, just for people who may not be aware, Barry Odom was emotional following a win on Saturday that puts UNLV a win away from being in the college football playoff. 5 years to the day he was fired from Missouri, and Brady Cook talked about how there were a number of players who were contributing to a toxic culture following Missouri's win over Arkansas.
So, I mean, we could talk about this the rest of the show.
Nice, let's do it.
First of all, I think that you never hear about bad culture until after a team has lost. You never hear about good culture until after a team has won, right? I mean, all this, we can't go 5 seconds without Eli Drinkwitz being asked about the Wilderness Brotherhood, which is another conversation about how awful most of the media is at our jobs. But that brotherhood wasn't a storyline before they went 11-2, right? Nobody talked about the great brotherhood of the 6-7 team that lost the Gasparilla Bowl. So I always kind of wonder which one of those actually comes first. The other thing is, look, the guy that left, like, he always ends up being looked at as worse than he was. And none of this is, like, Barry Odom wasn't good enough at Missouri. And I don't think he was going to be good enough. Like, he was fine. He wasn't awful. He was a 500 football coach. But what he didn't have in him, because Eli Drinkwitz was a 500 football coach for 3 years. What he didn't have in him is that next step that Eli now has shown he does have at Missouri. So none of it's saying Missouri made the wrong move or anything, but it's always so easy to go back and make the last guy look even worse than he actually was. The part of Saturday night that I found interesting was that Eli Drinkwitz took ownership of some of that. He said, I didn't do a very good job my first couple of years here of building that. And if you were around that team, if you knew people around that team, you knew there was a divide in the locker room. There were Barry's guys and there were Eli's guys. And that was not only not quashed by the head coach, I think it was fed into a little bit by the head coach. And I think that's what he meant by those comments. And again, this is not, like, Eli Drinkwitz has answered every question I've had. After 3 years, the reason I wasn't sold that Eli would get where he is today is because of some of those things the first couple of years. And he's a guy who had 1 year at App State. And so, yeah, he can go out and sign guys. That's great. He can get talent. But he has never built a program. He has never shown he can build a locker room and get all these guys from all these different places on the same page. He's done that in the last 2 years. All the questions are answered. Well done. But that was kind of why I had some of the doubts 2 years ago. And last thing, look, I don't know. If Missouri fans want to spend time and energy being mad and hating Barry Odom, whatever, it happens all the time in college football. I see no reason to think anything other than, hey, that's a guy that went to school here. He gave it a shot here. It didn't work. But good for him for going and making it work somewhere else. Missouri's in a better place. Barry's in a better place. I don't understand why you would really need to waste a lot of energy, trampling on a guy's grave or anything like that. And, hey, I think Barry will be back in a power conference probably in either in about a week or in about a month.
Gabe, there was a tweet last night directed to Tim, others here on the dais and the dossier, but it said that they credited Chase Daniel with bringing this up, that lawyers were looking into Brady getting another year. I felt like Brady Cook was saying he'd had enough his postgame. He even said, I'm gone to all the same restaurants. He's been there so long. Have you heard anything on this front?
Yeah, so I asked that question a week ago of someone that we'll just say would certainly need to know if Brady Cook was playing another year. And what I said, look, I bet a lot of people ask, and it goes back to he played 5 games in 2021, and the 5th game was a bowl game. Well, those no longer count toward eligibility. So if current rules had been in place in 2021, Brady would have used that as a redshirt year. He didn't because the rules were different. So I asked, if that was a possibility of getting a waiver, and the response was all of those waivers are being denied by the NCAA, including one Missouri submitted for Mitchell Walters in the exact same situation. So unless for some reason they decided to change their minds and say, we're going to treat Brady Cook differently than every other guy that's asked for this, then no, he's done. And I agree with you. Like, I know it's really hard for fans to understand. Like, I would play college football forever. This is the greatest. This is their dream, right? Well, some of these kids, like, man, Brady's been in college 5 years. He's about to get his 2nd degree. He has literally walked out of the hospital to play a football game. He's been beat to hell. Like, maybe he's kind of done with it, and maybe he doesn't want to have to go to whatever online classes these kids have to go through the charade of going through to play college football again. Like, maybe he's just kind of ready to go be a grown-up. He's 23, 24 years old pretty soon.
After last year, I thought maybe he'll get a sniff in the NFL. Maybe someone would take a shot to see if he could be a backup. But watching him throw the ball this year, I don't think that's going to happen. Do you?
No, I mean, look, but Brady had a really good career here, and there's a lot of things that he and fans should remember very fondly. But even after last year, unless he just took a pretty big leap this year. I just think a lot of times we underestimate the difference in what it takes to be a good college athlete and what it takes to hit that next level.
Colonel, with regard to the bowls, what do you think is in play for Missouri with both bowls and opponents?
I mean, I would think Music City, Gator, Vegas are the most likely destinations. The one that I have had a couple people in the last 24 hours reach out and say, hey, that this kind of sounds like maybe a thing, is the Music City Bowl against Michigan. I think Michigan's win over Ohio State elevated them a little bit in the Big Ten's pecking order. I thought it was interesting when we talked to Laird Veach on Saturday. Somebody asked him, how do you assess bowl opportunities? And he said, I think the number one thing is the opponent. It's about who you're playing, and is this a brand and an opponent that you can get excited about, fans are going to like, all that. So I mean, Michigan is certainly a brand and a name. I think there would be a lot of stuff behind being able to say we beat Ohio State and Michigan in bowl games and back-to-back seasons, obviously. As far as the actual team on the field, Saturday notwithstanding, I don't know, they're pretty mediocre. I would think Missouri would be probably a 3 to 5 point favorite in that game would be my guess. But that's kind of the one that has gained traction among people I talk to.
Doug, Missouri and Michigan, do you remember the last time they played?
Can I have a hint?
Before I was born.
Okay, so that would have been, the 1940s? 1950s? You want a year?
BT,
I don't know the years,
before Tim.
Yeah, that's how things are known.
And you were born what year?
76.
I'll say 1975.
Yes!
Okay, see, that was easy.
Look at that.
That's how we do it with math.
Are you going to bring your flag in case Mizzou wins? You can plant it in the middle of the field?
The Mizzou flag.
They've played 4 times, and they've never played anywhere but Ann Arbor. So that home and home deal is expiring. So the Colonel, I'd be intrigued by that. I mean, I never really care about bowl outcomes, but at least it'd be a program that we haven't seen Missouri play, and a brand name. There's also, I've seen a projection, I can't recall if it was ESPN, I think it was ESPN, saying Las Vegas Bowl against USC. So you got some brand names out there. Gator Bowl, possibly, if Miami were to not get into the college football playoff. Those are intriguing as far as brands. I'd certainly rather them play when it matters, but brand-wise, then you also have the possibility of like a Louisville or a Duke, and then you kind of go, oh boy,
Yeah, no, Gator Bowl versus Miami, Vegas Bowl versus Colorado, especially if everybody plays, I think would be cool. Michigan, USC, again, they're brand names. That would be probably more fun from a college football history perspective than a this year's team perspective. Yeah. But, at least it's something different. And like we talked last week about playing Illinois. I don't know. They play Illinois all the time. They played Iowa before. I'd rather see something I haven't seen.
And at Music City, you get people driving that don't have to fly to Tampa or, go to Florida. So I think you get Vegas, you get the appeal of Vegas, and then Music City, it's drivable. Hey, it's Nashville. I think in terms of selling tickets or getting some fans, those two, to me, would be top choices.
Agreed. I think Nashville would be probably Missouri's top choice for that reason.
Hey, Colonel, one final question for you. If you had to just throw $10 down, who would you pick to win the college football playoff national championship? Because I think you could make it in good faith, not feel like you're lighting your money on fire. Oregon, Texas, Georgia, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Penn State, Tennessee. I don't know if you can go beyond Alabama. Maybe they get on a heater. I don't know. I don't know if South Carolina gets in. I'd like them at plus 5,500 if they did. Who would you, if you had to? Because the one team I felt like I know is good is Ohio State, and then I saw that on Saturday. I'm like, okay, I don't know anything anymore.
Well, I think Ohio State's the best team in the country. I don't know that I trust Ryan Day. It would be fascinating. Like, I'm not all that sure he's the coach at Ohio State next year, unless they win the national title. And even if they do, I think there are a lot of fans that go, yeah, fine, but it doesn't really count because, we can't even beat Michigan. I'm not even joking about that. So I think Ohio State's the best team. Their problem is with that loss, what they created is a situation where they now probably face Tennessee in the first round and then have to have a rematch with either Oregon or Penn State, whoever wins the Big Ten title game, because I think the Big Ten title game winner is probably the number 1 overall seed. So they made their road a lot tougher than it maybe would have been had they won on Saturday and been the 5 seed.
Yeah, I think Ohio State's a hell of a team, but God, that surprised me, man.
I think Notre Dame has a good chance to be the 5 seed now, which means you're probably looking Boise and then Arizona State, which hey, that's probably nothing's easy, but it's the easiest road you can get to the Final Four.
That 5 spot is going to get a lot of conversation over the next few weeks. Colonel, always enjoy the conversation. Brought to you by James Carlton in studio with us here. It's Gabe DeArmond of PowerMizzou.com on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Thank you, Gabe.
All right, guys, have a good one.
There it is. That's the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond. James, you like to wager. I like to wager. If you had to put cash down on who wins the College Football Playoff National Championship at this moment, who are you putting your
It's
cash
so
on?
interesting because I'm thinking maybe the best quarterbacks in college football going right now might not even make the playoff. Miami and South Carolina.
Yeah.
Because Carson Beck, I really don't trust Will Howard right now to get it done. And so, those are the top 2 teams, I think, holistically. It's Georgia and OSU.
Do you have a problem with the use of holistic in there?
I didn't like it at all.
I had a feeling.
Not at all.
So I guess just because of Kirby Smart's pedigree, I'm going to go with Georgia. But I don't know. And there's not a team that's just a head and shoulders above the rest. I guess Oregon can make that argument, but I'm still not trusting them necessarily.
Yeah, it's a weird spot. They are now the favorite. It was Ohio State. They are now the favorite at plus 350. I was super impressed by Texas. Against Texas A&M.
Yeah, and their quarterback play, but I mean, they're going to put in more and more for Arch Manning, I think.
They just win old school. They smother you with defense.
That defensive line was
just incredible. And then their ability to just grind it out on the ground. It's very old school football. It's not a team that you expect to be able to put 40 plus points on, but God, if you can score more than 25 against them, it's a hell of an accomplishment. I'd love to see Lenora Sellers get a chance. I haven't seen anything like that in a quarterback. It reminds me of Michael Vick. I mean, it's so escapable. You can't
probably bigger. He's a bigger guy.
Yeah, and I think he had 177 yards on the ground after contact. I mean, what in the hell?
It's a freshman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, watch out.
That was Jackson's team on the college football game that he was playing. There's a TMA league on college football and PlayStation.
I think he's the best quarterback in the league right now.
I would imagine he gets to New York. I would imagine.
I don't know about that. He had that leave of absence because he had an injury there. I don't know. I mean, I guess Hunter's going to win the Heisman.
Hunter, Genty.
Right? Yeah.
I would think Sellers gets an invite, but maybe not.
Hey, I'll be locked in. I love this playoff format. Was it December 20th, 21st is when that first round
Friday
starts?
Friday night, one game, and then Saturday, 3 games. Yep.
Now, my wife's 40th birthday is coming up, and that's why I won't be going to either the Music City Bowl or the Las Vegas Bowl. But had it been CFP, she knows. If it would have been CFP, birthday's taking a back seat. We're going to South Bend.
James Carlton makes the Colonel possible every Monday and Friday here on TMA. Thank you, James.
All right, thanks, guys.
That's James Carlton online at carltoninsurance.net. Doug, I know you're flush with Bitcoin, actually. Mm-hmm. But if you had to put a Bitcoin down, who are you taking?
I would take Texas. I think they're the best team now.
Yeah. Martin, where would you go?
I think they call it chalk. I think I'd go Oregon.
You go Oregon? Yeah, you get value on that because I don't think a lot of people are taking them. But they're plus 350, Texas plus 400. As far as a long shot, like a long shot being a 4-digit or more, I just don't know. I really don't know which direction I would go. I'd love to see South Carolina get a chance. I'd love to see it just because Lenora Sellers healthy. I mean, they lost by, a point with some really crappy officiating at home against LSU and by 2 points at Alabama, and I don't think he was healthy against Ole Miss. And I just did not buy in. And then I got a chance to watch that on Saturday. I go, oh, my God. He's something else. Plus, unlike Miami, they actually have some semblance of a defense with that defensive front. I'll be intrigued to see what they do with the ranking tomorrow night if they move South Carolina ahead. And then the thing is, and Lane Kiffin makes a good case for Ole Miss. I don't know if it's going to lead to anything, but Lane Kiffin makes a good case for Ole Miss in getting in. But I think everybody kind of expects it to be Alabama as of right now.
Yeah.
Of the three.
And wasn't his tweet specific to Alabama?
Yes. Well, I mean, it's specific to both Ole Miss and South Carolina and Alabama, the mix there, but pointing out the data on it. And he said South Carolina lost to both of them in their best wins, Clemson. Ole Miss and Alabama's best wins against Georgia. Georgia beat Clemson 34-3. Safe to say that South Carolina is out, and it's between Ole Miss and Alabama. Ole Miss has 9 wins, outscoring their opponents 390-94. Alabama has 9 wins, outscoring their opponents 371-119. In their 3 losses, Ole Miss was outscored by 13. In their 3 losses, Alabama was outscored by 33. Common opponents both beat Georgia. Rebels won by 18. Bama won by 7. Both beat South Carolina. Rebels won by 24. Bama by 2. I mean, it makes a compelling case there, don't you think?
Oh, yeah.
Like, why wouldn't Ole Miss get the nod?
That's why I think you can't put South Carolina in without Ole Miss. If you're going to put South Carolina in, you have to go with Ole Miss too. You can't. I just can't see a world, because then it's like, why? Like, what's the point? I know that's like the take Smithy saying right now is why even play the game.
Take Smithy.
Kind of the takey take is that
take. Martin like that one.
Is this takey take or
the takey take is like why play the games? But this would be a prime example of why play the games if you can smoke a team and they get in over you with the same record.
Which is why. And this is something, again, I mean, I truly love the Colonel, obviously. But I remember him saying after they lost A&M, he goes, well, now you just got to win in Alabama. The only thing you lost was the comfort of... Yeah. And I'm like, no, they got blown off the field. That will be remembered. This stuff matters. This is how they track games, control of games, game margin of victory. It all matters. And that was going to have to be overcome by winning against Alabama and everybody else because they got blown off the field by A&M. If they would have lost by a point or two, different deal. It's just the way that this thing works. I really wish like Alabama would have lost another game and somehow both Ole Miss and South Carolina could get it. That's what I would like. I don't buy into SMU at all. I don't know what their case is that we got one loss. Same thing with Indiana. But I'll be pulling for those teams to make a run.
We knew this was coming. No matter how many teams they allow in the playoffs, the ones on the bubble are still going to be complaining. And this year we got probably 3 schools with 3 losses that think they have a right to play for the national championship.
Right, but then the other side of the coin is then you go, well, if all that matters is your loss, then let's be in as weak a conference as we can, and then not play these teams, and that's the other side of the conversation. All right, it's 9:30 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. This is Tim McKernan for Aesthetic Design and Build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living space now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley that I have visited, and I've gotten to know them. And they walk me through all the different types of custom work they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all, and it's all custom. They truly are a design company. They can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That's 636-532-5008 or go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know that I sent you their way. Welcome back. It is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA YouTube channel. YouTube.com/TMA STL. Joined by Gabe Bjarmond in the previous segment, and by Chris Kerber in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. If you miss anything, you can always go back and podcast like the Dickens. The TMA STL app and the 101 ESPN app. Those are presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. Schaefer Door Company is online at schaeferdoor.com. Doug, I'll give you one guess on how to spell it. One, that's it.
Can you use it in a sentence, please?
Man, I sure do like that Schaefer Door Company.
Nation of origin, please.
Ooh. What do you think on that, Jackson?
Probably Eastern Europe.
Okay.
Wow, that's really nice. Horton Watkins season.
What time is it? Schaefer. SCHAEFER.
Yes!
Schaefer. Okay, good.
Schaeferdoor.com, and it's Monday morning. And if you had an issue with your garage door over the weekend, no problem. Jason Gosrow and his team at Schaefer Door set aside times on Monday morning to come out and take care of your door. Go to schaeferdoor.com, and they have a number set up just for our audience at 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they service commercial doors as well. It's schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door, a Clopay master authorized dealer. The Colonel talked about the possibility of Missouri playing Colorado in the Las Vegas Bowl, and if they would, Deion Sanders said this about the way Colorado would handle a bowl game.
Our kids are going to play in our bowl game because that's what we signed up to do, and we're going to finish. We're not going to tap out because that throws off the structure of next season. It's a couple teams you take note. They laid an egg in the bowl game, and they hadn't recovered since. We don't plan on doing that. We plan on going out there fighting just like we fought today, regardless of where we are. I wish we had say-so in the bowl because I want to go somewhere near that our fan base could get there economically, because I care about them just that much. I think we have one of the baddest mean best, fan bases in the country. I mean, they show up and show out. It was packed today. They're loud, they're boisterous, they're supportive, and I love them. I absolutely love them because I've seen it go from nothing to something. And I think we had a lot, we, not me, we had a lot to do with it, you all included, by the way you cover us, good or bad.
I love that answer.
Yeah.
I like gets me fired up, and I love it. Wouldn't that be great if like teams did,
take it seriously?
Yes. Then I'd get into it.
It'd be a whole different thing
Right.
if everyone played and everyone made it like a serious thing.
Yeah.
And all it takes is everybody kind of collectively buy in, because one team kind of being like, no, like doesn't matter. And I get that, but if everyone's got to buy in. Everyone's got to buy in.
So if that's the case, if Missouri did play Colorado in the Las Vegas Bowl, and Colorado has everybody playing, including a guy who's, where's Travis Hunter going to be drafted? Where's Shedeur Sanders going to be drafted? They're both going
first round.
That first round for sure. Just a matter of are they both going, top 10, 15?
Yeah.
Does Luther Burden then play? Or do you think we've seen Luther Burden for the last time?
I tend to think that that Saturday was the last time we saw Luther Burden in a Mizzou uniform.
Because what if you had Luther Burden matching up with...
Right, because it sounds good on paper.
I think you talk him into playing because they won't throw it to him anyway, so he won't get hurt. Right. So he's fine playing because you really won't see him involved in the game plan, so it's totally fun. It is interesting with Deion because he was such a me guy, and now he's all about the greater good. It's kind of interesting how he has matured in that sense.
Colorado has one of the best traditions in college sports with Ralphie the Buffalo. I can't get enough of that.
You like a live mascot?
I like a live enormous mascot
you like
running
Bevo? You like Bevo for Texas? The big cattle?
But Ralphie actually runs around on the field.
Yeah, they bring Bevo out.
With guys scrambling to stay on the field and corralling back into the truck.
Those poor.
There's always that hint that he might just get loose.
And those guys are on scholarship, too. They have scholarships.
They're on scholarships, too?
Yeah.
No, I love that answer, and even the fan base keeping them in mind. I used to hate that about the NCAA tournament. Who's your favorite team? Oh, we're in the tournament. Oh, we're the 7th seed. We're playing in Boise. Anybody going to go? I can't go.
Missouri, when they had a good
Every
team, would
year.
always get shipped out west.
Yes.
Georgetown and Missouri. We're always out west.
I don't know who your favorite team is, but I know who my favorite car dealer is.
Wow.
And it's Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. You want to score big points with your loved ones this Christmas. How about a new car, new or used, from Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Fantastic selection. You can go online there and browse their new and used car selection. I'm telling you, you get in one of those Acuras, you've never been in a finer car than that. They've got me driving one right now. It is a gorgeous car. Man, it's nice. The MDX, love that Acura. Love all the Acuras, actually. And all the Toyotas. I have been a Toyota owner many times, and I can tell you that those are two brands that are just as reliable as anything on the road today. Also, great place to get your car fixed, whether you bought it there or not. They have a number straight to the Muckety Mucks, and I'd like you to write this down. 314-252-0029. You're not writing. You're not writing! This is an important number, and it's going to get you straight to the Muckety Mucks. I'm talking about Jamie Burkhart, Peter Mungenask, Ryan Seiberg. You call this number, and they will make sure you get first-class service. Now, everybody gets first-class service, whether you call the number or not, but this just ensures it. I'll give the number one more time. I expect you to write it down. 314-252-0029. There it is. That makes them accessible to the listeners. You're going to want that. And now you're saying, what's their website? Okay, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
There it is. Mungenask, sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour, which will have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Coming up at 10:45, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cavaliers come from behind to defeat the Celtics last night, 115-111. Donovan Mitchell with 35 points, 20 of those points coming in the fourth quarter. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. Did you like that Sports Center update, Doug?
I thought it was wonderful.
Thank you.
Really strong.
You know,
among the best I've heard.
Spida talked post-game about trusting the work. You know, sometimes the shots aren't going to fall, but if you're feeling good with the shot,
Martin's
they're looking
rethinking
good.
the alliance right now internally. That's what's going on.
I'm trying to decide if you're doing it as a shtick or if you really think people want to hear that. I'm trying to decide.
Like, here's my thing.
Because I'm pretty sure they don't.
That's the thing. That
was an unintentional spit take. I was enjoying a little. Doug,
Was
I was
it
enjoying.
captured?
Chairman Kurt, is there a gif of that? I was enjoying a little sippins, of a protein shake.
Right. Okay.
And Martin's delivery, I had a little spit take.
See, that's the thing is people are like, well, do people want to hear? I don't like. Sometimes people need to be told what they need to hear.
Oh,
you know?
oh my God! Latest.
No, that's serious. Like sometimes, like people need like you gotta get in there and tell them, hey, you know what? This is important.
Are the listeners deplorable?
Are you a reporter or an activist?
I am an analyst.
You're an analyst? No, that's what the paper said about Tim. Sports analyst.
Yeah, that's right.
I thought he was a pervert. No, he's a sports analyst.
Oh, Fox2Now.com called Tim McKernan a sports analyst.
Oh, really?
Yes, bucko. Yes, it's true.
Bucko. Jackie, do you think we get a two-bid Valley, Drake, and Bradley looking frisky this year? Thanks. That's from Sniffing Holes. Now that people are talking Missouri Valley basketball.
I didn't know what any of that just meant.
No, I didn't either. I couldn't follow much of it.
The Missouri Valley, I'll pay attention to them for like one weekend in March.
Arch Madness.
Yeah.
Typical Libby Jack take, thinking he knows what's best for everybody. That's from the 618. No one cares about the NBA! That's from the 314.
I know, you people have made yourself unbelievably clear about that.
But that's not true. Thurman called into sports radio for about 20 years straight. Hey, Frank, man, do you think the NBA would work here? And then like a week later, Thurman would call in, hey, Frank, I was just wondering, man, do you think the NBA will work here? Oh, my gosh, that is a terrific thought. Wow. Let me think about that.
Nobody wants to hear his updates. And there's like 10 exclamation points after it. And that's from Bob Wagon, Martin. Bob Wagon is his name.
Do you want me to tell you when the Blues play 4 times? Like, is that what you would prefer? Because that's your other option.
Bob Wagon,
that's option 2.
Talk with Sherman Kurt, Callier and Thompson phone lines. We'll put you on, and you can debate with Jackson. 314-974-0101.
He looks
Bob Wagon.
Looks frazzled.
You think I'm giving like updates on pro squash? This is like the second most popular league in America.
Squash.
One of the most popular leagues in the world.
All right, now don't get rattled. Nobody
I'm
cares.
not rattled.
Nobody.
Now that rattles me right there.
What?
Doug, I just took a shot to the eye of a protein
What's going on?
shake.
You got a geyser over there in your hands.
Sherman Kurt, you got a lot of gifts to get.
Oh my gosh! And people will probably take it the wrong way.
God almighty!
Oh my gosh! What rattled you? The chair? The chair rattling?
No, like when I'll give it back to someone and then say, "Now you're getting rattled." That rattles me.
So if I say you're getting rattled, that rattles you?
Yeah.
Weird.
It is weird.
What would they say in Royal Tenenbaum? How bizarre!
Yeah, bizarre.
Royal Tenenbaum.
Jackie, I appreciate the hoops updates. No one cares about hockey, and now we got war going on.
See, but that's the thing.
That's some sniffing holes.
People, no one could say they care about it. Everyone could say they don't care about it. It's not. I'm still going to do it. I have to get. It's like cathartic. If I don't do it, I will explode. Much like Tim's protein shake.
Well, could you do that on your own time?
Over my chest.
No,
Give
I don't have my own show.
Even when you're not on the air?
Not yet.
No, I did.
I did like your Twitter uniform take last night.
I was called. There was a bat signal was raised.
What happened?
Somebody on Twitter called for one of Jackson's uniform takes, and he obliged.
Yeah, so I do. I've kind of started this thing, Uniform Jack, on Twitter, where I review uniforms.
Martin's officially bailed. He just decided right there to bail.
I review uniforms kind of whenever I want, and a Twitter user asked me for my my opinion on the Ravens uniform yesterday, and I believe the user's name was PissDog69.
Oh,
and I said when PissDog69 calls, you answer. So I gave him a rating.
So much like movies, you do goodorbad.com for.
Yeah,
unis.
you reach out. You reach out. I'll do it. You know, the bat signal raises. I don't ask questions. I just do.
Would your basketball passion not include co-host Josh Schertz hosting a game tonight amid the snowflakes? The Billikens are at home tonight.
Yeah, we have big snowflakes falling here in Creve Coeur, Missouri, as we speak. At
a little
9:51.
flurry going.
Yeah,
they're playing Jackson State, your school, buddy.
That's right. That's right. Deion Sanders, we just talked about, used to be a coach at Jackson State.
And then Mizzou has the ACC SEC Challenge. You're thinking Duke? Or are you thinking North Carolina? Oh, it's Cal.
Right.
Cal. That's right.
ACC Cal.
That's fun.
At the Mizzou Arena tomorrow night.
Dennis Gates, a Cal Bear, was he not?
Oh, that's a great call. I didn't even think of that. Good time. That's a good TV nugget for 8 seconds.
That'll be a VO.
Yeah,
I just gave you a little piece there.
Cal just belongs in the Atlantic Coast Conference. If you stand on your tiptoes, you can almost see the Atlantic Ocean from Berkeley.
I looked down and said, why are they playing Cal? And it said SEC ACC Challenge.
Yeah, not necessarily like a team you would think when you think ACC Challenge, but we'll take it. Cares. Cal Golden Bears.
Shooter McGavin is not happy with Sniffin' Holes' take that nobody cares about hockey, and he says Sniffin' Holes swims in a T-shirt. That's from Shooter McGavin.
Oh, is that because he's heavy set?
That's a tough look. I gotta be honest.
Swims in a T-shirt.
Because you think it's a good cover it up, but if you wear a white T-shirt, it'll immediately become see-through. And it's even worse.
It accentuates the
it
man
makes
breast
it worse.
at some point.
It makes it worse. Just go raw dog.
Doug, the supple man breasts.
It feels like a hotel dad, like at the hotel pool with the kids.
Or maybe
dad comes down, he's having a few drinks, but he doesn't really want to show off the
throwing
wares.
kids in the pool.
Yeah, he finally gets in, but he's got the shirt on.
Maybe you have an open sore and you shouldn't be in the pool and you're trying to hide that.
You always bring that up. What is up your thinking about these open sores? I don't run into a lot of people with
you have
open
a friend with staff?
It happens.
Although I do see old people always having Band-Aids on their forearms and the back of their hands, like at all times.
I think older people get thinner skin, thinner than yours, buddy.
Yeah, some are on blood thinners, and if they get cut or something, it bleeds a lot.
Just mocking medical conditions.
I don't know.
I don't even know you anymore.
I tell you what, seeing a loose Band-Aid in a pool is one of my biggest icks.
What about like a tuft of shrub?
I'd rather see the tuft, I think.
But tie for first. I don't know.
We'll take your list of icks on the text line.
What do you least like to see in an indoor hotel pool?
Open sores.
I like this. The program's now been on for more than a month here on 101 ESPN, but still some of the listeners are getting familiar with the show, and we just got a text that says, who is the guy who moans and gasps at every off-color comment?
That'd be me.
And that comes from Him Real Estate Group.
Oh, really?
I like that.
Did you do a library over there?
Like he's him?
I like that.
It's
I like the
modern
name, and I like the text.
And is it Doug that's the groaner?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
And then you tell him
I'm offended by some of the things I hear.
And now you tell him it's Doug Vaughn, and like, oh, I love him on Channel 4.
Not there anymore.
I got a Channel 4 beef. I didn't bring this up. I'm sorry. We had a lot to get to. They tweeted out last night, stay tuned for our exclusive interview with Bob Costas.
Oh, really?
It said, and then they went on the screen during the news. It said, coming up later, an exclusive visit with Bob Costas. And I said, I was in the same room as Mike Bush and the young lady from Channel 4. I don't think it was her promoting it. I thought, we might need a new definition of exclusive.
Like everyone had the same interview?
We went all in a row. We were standing next to each other. There was no confusion as to that. It was available to everyone. And yet it was billed as an exclusive. And I was going to ask the panel if I should mockingly quote tweet them back. And I decided against it.
That's off your brand right there.
I know. I really wanted to.
But
I thought then
own Doug Chandler Hill. Yeah,
I
am. But I haven't been there for more than 3 years. I don't have anything to do with it.
I felt like if I
Him Real Estate Group's going to love that.
I felt the quote tweet would have been the planting of the flag for a media guy.
Local news is a dead meeting.
Okay, stop it. Is that Charlie Marlowe the day he left?
It's better to swim in a T-shirt as opposed to swim in a yellow diaper. That's from the 573.
Oh, no.
Jackson.
I don't know what that means.
They made me wear that. And it wasn't a diaper. I don't know. Do you people not know what diapers look like? It was a belt.
This was a life preserver.
It was like a belt thing. And I didn't need it. I know how to swim. I swim my whole life. I'd like to swim against you.
Oh,
but they made me wear it.
Have you seen
against you? Have you seen the picture in question, Martin?
I have not.
If anybody out there has that screenshot, send it in.
It's coming in.
Is there context?
Yeah, I looked like a hard-boiled egg, and then I'm wearing this like 2 years ago.
This was less than 2 years ago. It's the week he shared a bed with Lisa Ann.
Yeah.
What were you wearing? A yellow?
I was topless.
He couldn't swim.
I was topless. I can't swim. I was topless, and I was about to go into the Caribbean Sea, and they said, if you want to go in, you have to wear this life preserver. So I put on this belt, this yellow belt, and then I got a picture was taken of me, and everyone was like, Jackson's wearing this yellow diaper. Not to mention my pasty, kind of gangly looking body, which had a little bit of a boiler at the time. It looked really bad. So I looked like a hard-boiled egg with melted ice cream.
Was there any chance that anybody else from the show was going to take that dive, or was that you?
That was
Not at all.
No.
Not a soul. But Jackson was the good new employee, and he said, I'll do it. And little did he know that photo would be used against him more than 2 years later. It's a real unfortunate thing. Hey, guys, Him Real Estate is the early leader for Texter of the Month. Thanks. That's some big tough. People are on board with Him Real Estate. Yeah.
Is it H-I-M? Him?
Yeah, it's a pronoun.
Like I'm him?
It's kind of offensive.
It's like Travis Hunter Realty. Like this is kind of odd. I like it though.
What about they? Them.
They Real Estate. Martin, why don't you tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling? We got that email today. Showdown coming up at 10:45 between Buck Swope and a JV golf coach.
Perfect time to talk about your HVAC, your furnace, because the snow is coming down. Man, it was cold out the door the last couple of days. It's a splash of winter. I know it's going to warm up Wednesday just briefly, then it's back to being cold. Make sure that furnace is running properly. Get the tune-up, get the checkup with our friends at Design Air, a company that's been around since 1904. We're talking 4 generations. Seth Goldcamp and the team, longest-running TMA supporter, advertiser of this show. What they pride themselves on is those technicians come out, are there to fix the furnace. They're not there to sell you something. When you need a repair, it's a little stressful. If the furnace, the heat's not working properly, you get a little stressed out. You don't need the added pressure of someone trying to sell you something. That's why they train their team to get in there and fix it right. Website's the easiest way to get that online scheduling. Go to designair.com. Designair.com for all those heating and cooling needs when that rolls around again. For right now, it's all about the furnace. Make sure it's running properly. You can choose Design Air Heating and Cooling online, designair.com.
Well, we've got breaking news here from a St. Louis Blues executive, and it's generous executive Mike Caruso, who sent a gif of Michael Corleone just looking like he is about to do some work to me, Martin, and Doug.
It's like he's lining up someone to whack us.
And he's not happy about the discussion here, and you have to wonder who this is directed toward, because who is going to get the ire of generous executive Mike Caruso?
Probably someone who doesn't care much for hockey, I would think.
I know. This is always my biggest fear.
Yeah.
Is that you would alienate a generous executive of the St. Louis Blues?
Well, the Blues would be like, so you're born off your orange shirt doesn't like hockey?
Turns to the monitor behind him every time.
I noticed that. I'm like, Jackson, I'm talking to you about you, and I don't know if you realize it because you're watching Pacers-Grizzlies highlights.
Well, I also wanted to point out he turns every time he does an update to see who the Blues are playing. I'm like, I think you could lock it. You could lock it to memory.
I've been scorned by that before.
You can lock it to memory. They're playing Winnipeg tomorrow. Douglas, what's the schedule? They've got Calgary on Thursday.
Yeah, and then Edmonton, and then Vancouver.
Yeah.
But you got that Taylor Swift blocking up hotel rooms.
That's right.
We've covered a lot of ground.
We did. All right, Martin, you have a thing coming up at 10 o'clock,
I do. I got more onboarding, outboarding.
Still onboarding. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:45. Jackson has his weekend wrap-up series of questions. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Hey, this is Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. It is now the holiday season, a time for family, friends, and staying cozy inside. But if your home is drafty, it's hard to stay comfortable. And with all of the gift giving happening this time of year, why don't you give yourself the gift of lower energy bills with new windows from Universal Windows Direct? If you act right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There is no limit. Buy 4, get 4. Buy 20, get 20. Plus, Universal is offering 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years of interest-free payments. And every window is backed by a true lifetime warranty, which means coverage for as long as you own your home and an additional 20 years for the next homeowner. Don't wait. Make sure your home is ready for the winter and the holidays. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate, or visit uwd.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Martin has a thing at 10 o'clock every day. So Chairman Kurt steps right up.
He said inboarding and outboarding. Is he
onboarding still?
An Evinrude boat motor salesman or something?
I think that's what he's working on.
Because they sell inboard, outboard motors.
I think that's what he's working on. So Martin's gone at 10 o'clock. Chairman Kurt steps up to the dais. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. And we welcome you to participate in the program by texting in the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646 and watch and participate in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA STL. Jackson, we have a weekend wrap-up coming up, and we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. All of that still to come here on today's radio program. Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett.
So there's a lot of fighting this weekend in sports.
Fighting.
Boy, were they scrapping.
Mm-hmm.
What sport do you think truly has like the best fights? Like when a real fight breaks out, it's like must-see television, must-see clip on the internet. Because I would argue that football is by far the worst.
Yeah.
I think football fights suck because they can't really do anything to each other.
I think the worst are football and baseball, and the best is hockey.
I think the best is baseball. I think.
But they always step in, and are you talking about like when the 1 out of 100 times when somebody actually lands a punch?
I think that
they run out of the bullpens, which is actually, I think, a joke amongst guys.
So funny. It's the funniest
like
thing.
The bullpen guys, like it's a joke.
I think that's part of the reason. But
you enjoy the guys running out there and acting like they care?
Because baseball is such a slow, very static sport, when you get a guy get beamed and then sprint out to the mound to fight the pitcher, that's like... Oh, and
that's pretty good.
And you get like Bryce Harper trying to throw his helmet and completely missing and whiffing, or you get someone like Joe Kelly being like, come on, MFer. Like that stuff I really like. Hockey is great, but it's like part of the game to the point where it's like, it loses some of its luster because it's part of the game. I don't know why, But to me, it loses a little bit of luster. And there's a lot of pads there.
Odor punching out Batista was
That's
a pretty good one.
That was an all-timer.
Basketball fights, nothing
Ventura,
happens.
Nolan Ryan.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I think in baseball, it adds a comedic value to it more often than not. But a good line brawl in hockey, especially if the goalies come out and get involved, I think that's must-see TV.
Hockey, when they start the game, like right as the puck gets dropped, and then the guys on the wings drop their gloves. I love that. That's awesome. That's because they agree to do it beforehand. I find that awesome. Football, by far the worst. That whole Michigan State-Ohio State thing, or Michigan-Ohio State, you knew none of the players were going to actually get hurt because they're in helmets and pads.
Right.
Did you see the Notre Dame guy throw a punch at a
defensive tackle? Yeah, hit him in the helmet.
Punching a guy with a helmet and a face mask on, I'll never
it
understand.
doesn't make a lot of sense.
That's why it's the worst.
Baseball's the worst. Someone suspend Jackson. Says hockey's the worst. The one that actually allows a fight. Get Chaser Rivers on the line stat. This guy's just trolling at this point. That's from Scuba Linneman, Doug.
I said football was the worst. I didn't say hockey was the worst. I didn't say that at all.
You need to see it live, Jackie boy. That's from the 636.
This idea that you can have a different take. It's just my opinion. I like baseball fights because I think they're so dumb. I think that they almost all the fights are fired up there. You're pouring kerosene on when you bring every player eligible onto the field of play. Could you imagine a game of football or basketball where some fight breaks out and everybody on the sidelines sprints towards the fight?
It's kind of the way it was with the flag planting.
Yeah, exactly. We saw what happened there. It just doesn't work.
Somebody's going to get tear gassed.
Yeah, exactly. It's a terrible thing for baseball, but it does make it funny.
How about UFC fights? You like those?
That's a combat sport.
But do you like those?
No.
You don't like the UFC?
Not particularly.
What do you have against UFC?
Where can I start?
Wow, what's going on now, Doug? It looks like we just lit a fire and I didn't even know
the
it.
actual fighting I like is pretty cool. The mixed martial arts stuff.
What is it that you don't like then? Because that's what the sport is.
The pomp and the circumstance around it. The P and the C.
How about when a guy gets kicked in the head and he's totally unconscious, and the guy, they still don't call it. The guy's got to jump on top of him.
Herb Dean!
I like him.
Hit him 5 more times in the head while he's down.
I like some elements of UFC. I find it utterly disgusting that they have all those fights before the main card and you're fighting on top of other people's blood. I find that to be disgusting. And I've seen some fights where guys intentionally bleed on each other. That's vile.
Yeah.
But
do they clean it up after
it's better than boxing?
Fights?
No, they don't.
No,
there's dry blood everywhere.
Oh,
it's nasty. But there's some parts I enjoy.
Hey, bud, less talky, more droppy.
Yeah, all right. You might get what you wish for.
That's from Ernie Bjorkman.
Okay. I like Ernie Bjorkman. I think he's doing it.
He just hates Joe Rogan and Donald Trump. That's what this is about. That's from the 314.
Is that what it is?
You're telling on yourself by saying that because I never said that.
But is that correct?
I didn't say. I have no comment. The guy said I had no more talkie, so no more talkie for Jackie. Yeah. How do you like it now?
No more talkie.
Can't have the best of both worlds. Can't give me the... Unbelievable. We're getting at this crossroads.
I was listening to the Best Of show on Friday, and Libby Jack didn't even play drops. Do you even know your audience? That's from Marsha's Burner.
Clearly not. All I talk about is the NBA and left-wing policies, apparently.
Well, don't let him get in your kitchen. But do let Collier Thompson get in your kitchen.
Here in the 9th round, Doug, and they're now going to try to finish him off in the 10th.
I think Collier and Thompson are the only people you need in your kitchen.
There you go.
Because they will turn your kitchen into a showplace. Collier and Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets, appliances, countertops. When Collier and Thompson walks away from a job, you will be super happy and have a remodel that lasts a lifetime. They want you to be happy, and they'll make sure they do, that you are. Service and quality is their #1 priority. If something does happen, maybe a door comes off a hinge or something, old Matthew, the service manager and appliance installer, will get back out there and make it right. Collier and Thompson never cuts corners. Almost everything with Collier and Thompson is right there in-house. You don't need to go to 5, 7, or 8 different places to remodel your one room. With Collier and Thompson, the countertops, appliances, the lighting, the flooring, hardware, plumbing, all right there in-house, and they have specialists who do these jobs. They have technicians and carpenters and plumbers that have been with them for many, many years, know exactly what they're doing. The business has been around since the 1950s, so you know they got to be good. It's just a great investment in your home to make it look its absolute best. Collier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Sponsor of our phone lines here on TMA is Collier & Thompson, 314-974-01. 01. That's Collier and Thompson. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, 10 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN and on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. This is the Morning After. It's 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Watch the program. Participate in the chat. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Stream it anytime you want via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. And feel free to email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan and Doug Vaughn with you as Martin Kilcoyne has a thing every day at 10 o'clock. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt, who answers the phones, moves up to the dais for Jackson's second question of the weekend wrap-up. Always so thought-provoking, Doug. Always so thought-provoking.
Very much so. I live for this segment right here.
It is thought-provoking, isn't it?
We have a good question?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
All these.
I just picked up an eyebrow raise.
He doesn't have
I just want to let everybody know that I picked up an eyebrow raise.
Sounds like we got nothing.
And so here's what I have. I'll tell everybody what I have. I have 9-5 offsuit. I think I can outplay him after the turn. That's where I'm going to take the pot down. I don't know. That's what I got.
I just have so many options, and I don't know which one will lead to the best conversation.
Okay.
I'll do a rapid fire, and you guys decide.
Well, sure.
I think that'll be fun.
All right.
The McRib is coming back. Fats rejoice.
Right.
Who is the athlete version of the McRib? A person that comes around only so often, but when they do, they are potent when they do it. Could be local or national, so there's that one.
Oh, so many great choices for a wonderful thought.
I think I have a thing at 10:15 too.
As a Chairman Kurt's going to lead.
There's everyone dunking on me.
When you say potent, do you mean
Rudy
like
Gobert over here?
Like they're interesting, or they get?
Yeah, like when they come around, you're like, oh, I forgot how dominant they are. There's an easy answer to this, but
there's an easy answer to it.
Yeah.
Can we have initials?
JC.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It's timely with the major winter holiday. He might. I don't know his athletic prowess.
All right.
But not who I was thinking of.
He's walked on water, so he's pretty good at it.
I mean, his one appearance was pretty dominating.
Yeah. Other than Jesus Christ, do you have another
You're
answer?
the one who gave us the initials.
I know, but there's other people. James Carlton as JC.
Yes.
He comes around more often than just once. He's no
Jazz
McRib.
Chisholm had a nice run.
Jazz
right?
Chisholm, good ball player. Not who I was thinking.
Jumbo Cooper?
No, not Jumbo Cooper. It's kind of a sport.
Joey Chestnut?
Correct.
Oh.
He comes around once a year and you forget. Everyone
This is the
forgets.
second question? I mean, what are we doing out here?
It wasn't a second question. It was an option for one of the questions.
Okay.
I have another question about altcasts because they're doing a lot of these altcasts for games. They're doing a Madden altcast. They're doing
I saw that.
A Madden-style altcast. They're doing a Simpsons-style altcast. All these different altcasts. Who's the altcast you would want to see? What's the broadcast? It can be for any sport. What's the altcast that you would like to see? A couple of guys or anybody, really, just hanging out, talking about the game while the game's going on.
Oh, my.
Or we can talk about this McRib thing.
I think the Spittin' Chicklets guys with Kelly Chase would make for a good little.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I think hockey, you'd have a lot of good answers. For
Right.
that.
Brett Hull would be good at that kind of thing.
There are so many great ones for hockey. The thing that I think the Manning cast has kind of run into now, and perhaps I'm off on this, but I feel pretty good about it, is it had its place in COVID. But then when people actually want to watch the games and then there's a play in the game, it kind of gets awkward. There's a delay. They're in remote spots.
Yeah.
Somebody's telling a story. So if you actually care about the game, you'd rather watch Joe Buck and Troy Aikman's call as opposed to like Bill Belichick's in the middle of telling a story and then Peyton has to jump in and say, well, right here, we got, what's going on here, So I don't like the altcast might be better for the lesser the importance of a game.
Agreed.
You agree with that?
Yes,
premise?
I think I think it's perfect for baseball, especially when you have 162.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying with 82 NHL regular season games.
Totally. Like it's better for that, I think.
Like I wouldn't want to watch it. I know they do it for college football playoff. They've done it for the championship game, the MegaCast, but I'm locked in on the game.
Yeah, there are games that don't need something like that, whereas baseball, like a random Tuesday game against the Brewers, like wouldn't that be prime for like we had Steve Klein on last week, like him or anybody really. Like you could get so many awesome scenario. The Manning cast cardinal sin is having Peyton and Eli not in the same room. It sucks. I can't watch it.
I feel like McAfee would be good on some sort of alternate cast.
We have gotten some McAfee text, Chairman Kurt. This one from Thanks Dad, Joy Behar.
Joy Behar.
I don't want to see Joy
Doug would watch that one.
Was that his guess for my McRib thing?
I don't know.
Because I said JC, not JP.
Thanks, Dad, for that. Doug, will you watch a game that Joy Behar?
I'd burn my TV
Joy
set.
Behar and Whoopi
I would
Goldberg.
destroy it.
No, that'd be great.
As an old, I have no need at all for alt casts. If I'm interested in the game, I'll watch the game. I can't imagine being interested enough to watch a game, but not want to know what's going on in the game, and instead listen to two guys wisecrack about it on another
Who
channel.
would be like the old's ideal? Who would be like that? Like Dick Van Dyke. And
Oh, no, you're talking almost 100 years old now.
Dick Van Dyke.
Dick Van Dyke.
And like Goldie Hawn. Would that be good?
Van Dyke and Goldie Hawn have been paired together.
I'm saying
what an odd pairing.
You
Yeah, well, I don't know.
can't give me two people. There aren't two people that exist that I would rather listen to them talk about the game than watch the game itself.
Joey Chestnut and Jesus Christ. What if they did the altcast?
Well, in that case, maybe.
Me and you could do an alt cast for this Mizzou Bowl game if I don't head out to Vegas, Doug.
But wouldn't
That would be
people
kinda fun.
rather watch the game?
No, they'd want to see me and you break it down.
It depends on the game. It's like a random Cardinal game. Like wouldn't you?
If I wasn't interested in it, I just wouldn't watch it. I wouldn't want to see two guys who also aren't watching it talk about it.
They would be watching it, just kind of half-assed. And I kind of like it. I like the idea of it. I don't know. I like that networks are kind of trying to get creative. I think getting out in front of it before numbers drop is important.
We could get a Jamie Rivers, Jackson Burkett alternate cast for one of these Blues random Thursday night games.
I would watch that all day.
I don't know if we get out of the first period. I think Jamie would shut it down for the first or second TV timeout.
I've always kind of enjoyed it when the Cardinals have rotating analysts. That doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be the same guy all the time.
I like that,
I like
too.
other people coming in, hearing what they have to say.
I think a really quality broadcast is kind of like what you want out of it, especially with something like baseball, where there's so much downtime, like when Vin Scully would just go off on a story.
Yeah.
Like there's no better altcast than that.
But that wasn't an altcast. He would stop the story to do the play-by-play.
That was the great part about it.
Yeah.
Here, having a Pat McAfee one would be fine. Pat talking and A.J. Hawk just sitting there quietly not contributing would help with the watching the game part. That's from the 636.
Give me McAfee and Saban.
That actually is not bad.
Yeah.
Like a booth with them. You need a guy calling it.
Yeah, you would need someone doing the actual. I have a Tom Hart, friend of the show.
Yeah, Tom Hart with McAfee and Saban. I like that play.
Yeah. I would watch that.
I love that college game day. I think Saban has been such a great addition to that. I can't say enough good things about it. I will miss that as a Saturday morning tradition at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
Lainey Wilson, Doug, here she comes with Darius Rucker. How do you do?
She's on that show now?
The opening song.
Oh, I missed
She wilted
the opening
away.
song.
Did you see her at the her halftime performance?
No.
I think Ozempic got her.
You think that's what happened?
I mean,
that's the theories going around the internet.
Is it sourced or is this just like?
No, it's the internet, bro.
Cut that off.
She's one of the biggest stars in music now. I'm sure she's doing everything she possibly can to look her best.
Yeah, but it went away in some parts that I don't think it necessarily would have just gone. I think there might be something to it.
Oh no!
Wow, Doug, that sounds like an investigation.
Like what went away?
Her backside.
Oh.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
Doug, they just blew up the whole industry right there with that.
Yeah. Little peek behind the curtain there.
Bring back that OG Laney booty. That's from Scuba Linneman. He's on the same page as Chairman Kurt. Yeah, she was at what did she have, the Cowboys halftime show, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't catch the performance, but I saw the backlash on one.
There's
Twitter,
backlash?
One
What was
Twitter
their
user
backlash?
said.
One Twitter user say.
Was it Piss Dog 69 who called me about the uniforms?
I think it was him. Yeah, but yeah, I saw some people speculating.
What was their backlash about?
Nah, I was making a joke about the backlash, but just people talking about
her butt.
Yeah, just she's wilting away.
What could it be that she's just getting in shape?
You're so damn naive.
You like chunky women, do you?
Zoftig? Va-va-va-voom?
It's a case-to-case basis.
Okay.
Yellowstone Laney forever. That's from Southside Donnie.
Is Doug's ass as good as people say?
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
That's why you got to have the drops, Jackson.
That's right.
Lainey Wilson is on Ozempic like 66% of this audience. That's in the Crystal City Clam Hammer.
I hear it's expensive.
That's the number? 66% of the audience is on Ozempic?
That would mean they're
Is
well
that a
healed.
data point?
Or should be.
I think it's expensive.
Maybe they should be.
It's expensive stuff.
Is it really?
I think so. I think it depends if you like actually need it or if you're looking to,
They
trim down your
won't
ass.
give you the prescription if you don't need it. You have to be, I think, a certain body weight, fat to body ratio. I don't know. They won't just give it to you because you want it.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Guys, do you think Lainey Wilson is into 50-something guys with a paunch? That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. He won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year in 2023, and he's wondering if she could be into him as a 50-something gentleman with a paunch.
I would say probably so. Probably, I don't know why she wouldn't. If she has a choice of every man in the world right now, I think Steve would be right up there.
As the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year, I would say that is absolutely live. Mug and Ass 10 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN, StLouisAcura.com and AltonToyota.com. That's Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess. And then in the service department, that's Ryan Seiberg. Last week, I had a notification pop up on the car I got from Munganess St. Louis Acura, just a standard oil maintenance notification, and immediately Jamie texted me and put me in touch with Ryan Seiberg, and now I'm set to get taken care of out there. And that's the way that they work. Their accessibility at Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota for our audience is second to none. So much so that they send out a number that you can call or text anytime you have a question or a request. And that number is as follows: 314-252-0029. That's 314-252-0029. That's Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
Here comes something.
It's just this Lainey Wilson discussion from the Cowboys game has really activated the audience.
I was locked in on the return of Locktober. I don't know about you guys, but that's what I was worried about.
Drew Lock
and the Giants, they're having quite a little season. The New York football franchises are having quite a year. Guys, none of the whales in Cottleville can afford Ozempic. That's from Sniffin' Holes. Lainey Wilson is with former Steelers quarterback Duck Hodges. Did you know that, Doug?
No, I didn't. Don't remember Duck Hodges.
That's her boyfriend, fiance.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is he active in the NFL? Duck Hodges?
Former NFL quarterback.
Okay. Oh, isn't he? Okay, gotcha.
Let's see. Yeah, and my heroin dealer won't give me my fix unless I actually need it. That's from the 636.
They're dubious about your claims, Doug?
$1,500 per month for the special pill. That's from the 314.
And that's if you can get the prescription.
It's $1,500 per month?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not on it
that
to
sounds
know.
like the number I've heard.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, people are dropping some money.
Because insurance won't pay because it's cosmetic? Is that the deal?
I don't know. But I don't think you can get it just for cosmetics. It's a diabetes medicine.
Yeah, right.
So I don't know if you can get it just for cosmetics. I don't know.
And 66% of our audience is spending $1,500 a month on Ozempic. That's the data?
I guess.
Crystal City Clam.
Well healed, man. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, this is disposable income.
Yeah, it's true.
Lainey lost that dump truck, and it's a travesty. That's from Hoosier Daddy.
No, I wouldn't think so. I think someone who gets himself in shape, it's a tragedy.
Right. Well,
Come on.
I think Doug can speak to it best, but like sometimes pants really accentuate some things.
No, why would I be able to speak to that?
Yeah, why is Doug an expert on that?
Famous tush. I don't know.
Pants expert?
That's what I've heard. Not pants, but certainly caboose. And I think those can accentuate a lot of things. So maybe if you're in the wrong pair of pants, I go through that struggle.
Huh.
Like those are my ass pants.
Oh.
This is what happens to me.
A special pair of ass pants.
Yeah, yes. Jackson does walk out of the studio sometimes, and you go, va-va-va-voom.
I've never one time
Doug always says, I hate to see you go, but love to watch you leave.
Guys, I'm not on Ozempic. If you need that for your data, that's from Marsh's burner. So there's one.
Okay.
That's nice. Is it because you don't need it or because the money's tight? Because either way, we're not going to judge.
My husband pays $25 a week after insurance and coupons from his doctor. That's from the 618.
So that's $100 a month. That wouldn't be horrible.
Yeah, $1,500
It'd be well worth it if you're 100 pounds overweight. Might save your life.
Yeah, but $18K a year out of pocket, man.
Yeah. I told you what my arthritis medicine was when I was on my Channel 4 insurance. I was taking arthritis medicine, Humira, and it was after insurance $5 a month.
Nice.
I thought nothing of it. Went on Medicare, and I'm not kidding now. Went on Medicare, it became $5,000 a month.
Ooh, value.
That's a little different.
$5,000. I said to the doctor, I'm not taking it anymore. He said, no, I wouldn't either. I said, well, why did you prescribe it in the first place?
Your medical grievances are welcome. Yes. 314-974-0101.
Mm-hmm. $5,000. And if you don't have insurance, it's $7,000 a month. Oof. What a scam. An absolute scam.
American healthcare system, man.
We'll talk more about the American healthcare system in the second half of the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt. Marsh's Burger says, health insurance, humble brag. This Marsh's Burner's having a big day, just like him, real estate.
That's my guy. Papal Conclave just got thrown on its head with this hidden real estate. Hope he signed up.
The Morning After at InsideSTL.com is how you can email into the program. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It's all Lainey Wilson all the time this morning on TMA. Chris Kerber was with us in the 8 o'clock hour and Gabe Yarman in the 9 o'clock hour. You can always go back and podcast the program, and you can always go back and watch the program on YouTube, Doug. I'll be scrolling through my YouTube with my sons, and there it'll be, and we'll pull it up and just watch, and I just say, hey, look at your dad. Look how good I am.
Yeah. That's what you say. And you watch another 4 hours of a show you just got done doing?
It's called game film, called crushing tape.
That's exactly. We're crushing tape.
A question, Tim.
Man, I like my teas at 7:45. Yes, Jackson.
You have the YouTube, like the
YouTube Premium.
Yes. Worth it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm thinking of making the move. I watch so many YouTube videos that I feels like I should do it.
I double up because I love YouTube TV, and I'm not willing to pass on it. And I also pay for DirecTV Stream to watch the Blues and Cardinals. Now, I believe I'm going to be able to pivot off that for the Cardinals. The Blues option is already there, and that will help reduce some of those expenses. But the more and more, I mean, every month, don't you get an email every month saying that this app, take your pick of whatever app, has gone up in price?
Yes.
Isn't it? I mean, it's every month.
Yep.
I'm in awe of it.
Yeah, I know. They're
just counting on people not to cancel it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the business model.
That's the thing with Peacock and the NFL games, or Amazon Prime with the NFL games. It's like you're going to sign up for this. You think you're only going to do it for the one playoff game in the NFL, and then you keep
you keep getting that recurring billing. How do you do? Same thing happened to me right now with Brazzers.
What? Fight a nickel.
Same thing.
That's the thing is like you're a Peacock. It's like I just bought it for the NFL game, and then there's The Office right down there. Oh, The Fall Guy with Ryan Gosling's right there.
Well, Lee Majors.
Lee Majors.
Oh, yeah.
Lee Majors is right there.
Big Valley.
Well, who was the $6 million man?
Lee Majors.
Okay. I was making sure I didn't get my references mixed up.
Mm-hmm.
He did them both?
I believe he did, yeah.
But Vince McMahon did the $1 Million Man walk.
That's correct.
Fantastic walk.
Yeah.
You like that? You are on board
very
with that
much
one.
like
Baker Mayfield kind of does that. He'll pull that out sometimes.
You
doesn't
really
he?
swing the arms a
He was
lot.
the original full circle, the original flag planter, or at least the first one I can remember when he did it with Oklahoma.
I think so.
Guys, what are the odds Martin can get Lainey Wilson as a surprise guest? That's from Marsha's burner.
That would be
It's worth a shot.
Yeah, might as well. You got to put pucks on net. You got to put pucks on net.
Does she have like a Missouri connection at all? Where's this Duck Hodges from?
I would imagine she'd just be honored to be on the program.
Probably really excited about it.
Send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We got a showdown today to win the month of November. They finished tied, and that's JV golf coach and Buck Swope. So we have that in addition to a brand new month. A chance for somebody here, maybe a 101 listener who hasn't emailed in before. You want to compete with longtime TMA greats? Try your hand. Any topic will do. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can compete. And for the Tim McKernan Show podcast, you can email in anything, question, comment, whatever it might be, TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. QFTA, that's questions from the audience, the Tim McKernan Show podcast. You want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hide and will prevent your facility from hide fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at the edfgroup.com. Jackson, are we in 10-2, 10-3?
10-2, probably best to break.
All right, we'll break right here. Come back with more TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues are off tonight, but they'll be taking on Winnipeg Jets tomorrow, a.k.a. wins per game. That's pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. tomorrow night on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. It's the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Martin Kilcoyne steps out at the 10 o'clock hour. Chairman Kurt steps in. And Jackson Burkett asking us his weekend wrap-up series of questions. What's next?
Sorry, fellas. Just getting situated over here.
Okay, get yourself situated.
Just gotta text something to Bill real quick.
Okay.
When looking at what the plan is with the Cardinals for the next year or two, now remember, that's the context I'm putting this under.
Next year or two?
Next year or two. Who is one player that they have either traded or released in the past 4 years that you wish was back on the team? You have to think a couple years down the road and what their current kind of plan is.
Traded or released in the last
4 years.
4 years.
So since the 2020.
Well, it's a pretty long list.
Who would set you up best for the future, given what you have right now? You could trade this player, too.
It might be Zach Gallen, because that goes back more than 4 years.
That was one of my original thoughts.
Does he count?
Yeah.
It goes back. That counts?
Yeah. Well, what was Gallen? 2019 he got traded?
So that's why.
I should have said 5 years.
Oh, gosh.
Because he was definitely one I was thinking about.
Yeah, that trade with him.
I thought for a second he was 20, but Liberatore, yeah. Yeah, damn it. All right, 5 years.
Okay. All right, Zach Gallen. He'd probably make the biggest difference. He'd be their ace.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily thinking that.
That's why I thought it was strategically asked last 4 years for the Cardinals.
All right, let's do that too then. If you're going, so
now,
you can't have
4 years.
You can't have Gallen.
Then we could go 3 after that.
You can take your pick.
I think they're really going to miss Tommy Edman a lot.
Right, but when you're thinking about they're probably not going to be competitive for another 2, maybe.
Okay, what's the answer you want me to give you?
You brought up a name and I'm giving my thoughts.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. Was this question actually typed out?
Yes.
Was it really?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to fold. I believe him. I believe him.
It was written out. But, is it one of my best questions? I don't know.
It's not bad.
I don't know.
I mean, anything that had to follow the McRib question was going to look like somebody following George Carlin.
Joey Chestnut was the right answer, though. That's just the right answer. Freddie Freeman, a little bit, but he's had too good of a main
Did my 6-year-old granddaughter write these questions today? That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
Nope. 26-year-old college-educated man wrote them.
Right.
New talk show host changes take rules guy. That's from Pensacola Porpoise.
More changing the parameters, doing some goalpost moving, which is a mainstay of sports radio.
Yeah.
Let's just go back to Joy Payar. That's from Thanks, Dad.
Just like people's thoughts.
Just an FYI, the Gallen trade was 2017.
Oh, really?
So
all right, we'll go back
7 or 8 years.
Yeah.
That's the answer you were looking for.
We'll go back 8 years. You can have anybody from the last 8 years.
Okay.
Who would you want back? You can bring back Ozuna. Lord knows they need left field help.
Yeah.
You bring back Ozuna.
Well, I think
Sexy Dexy.
Ace of the staff would be the number one guy if we can go back 7 years.
Who's that young player who they burned way too early? Johan Oviedo. Let's bring in Johan Oviedo. It actually might be someone you want back.
O'Neill had a big year for the Red Sox, but I'm not sure you can count on him.
I'm good on that.
This guy sucks.
No, I don't.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Thank you.
That's it. Time to stick Pale in the Art House Theater at Frontenac for a Wes Anderson marathon. That's from Carlos
Sounds
Spicy.
great. Seats are a little uncomfortable, but
the seats at Plaza Frontenac.
No,
when are they going to redo those seats?
Just a brief airing of grievances. I'm glad that actually this came up. People in movie theaters,
Carlos Spicy winner.
Just because they have recliner seats, this is not your home. The people are
They're getting too comfortable? What are they doing?
They're bringing blankets from home. Gross.
Really?
Gross.
Why would that be gross?
What do you mean, why is that gross? You're going to put your
Just
blanket?
a blanket?
It's a chair that
How is it different than a coat or something?
1,000, at least in the last month, asses have been on. You're going to bring...
Oh, well, maybe they wash it when they get home.
But that's too much.
1,000 asses have been on your blanket at home?
No,
what
but
kind
the
of
chair at the
operation are
movie
you hosting?
theater... Well, listen, what I do in the comfort of my own home is my business.
What about a pillow? Can you bring a pillow to this setup?
Even grosser. The same with people who bring down the airplane. If you're bringing blankets or pillows from home, that is your intimate sleeping accessories. Do not bring that to a public forum.
You can change out a pillowcase pretty easy.
And then they're too comfortable being on their phone during the movie, talking to the person next to them. This is not how things are done.
Do you ever take your own pillow when you go on a road trip? Like, not necessarily.
I absolutely do.
For the hotel.
Super hot.
Yeah.
Another thing that's just a big turn on for my wife.
Yeah, I mean,
when I break out my pillows.
That's different.
It really shows you can adapt to just about anything.
Rough and tumble.
Right.
The greatest generation would be so proud.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what are you packing up for?
Yeah.
I got to go on a trip to Las Vegas, and the pillows just aren't Tempur-Pedic enough for me.
Well, we need you to get good sleep.
Thank you.
If it's an extended stay, if you're staying there more than 3 nights.
Got the World Series of Poker.
Yeah, that's like, what, a 2-week
You
venture?
can't deal with the pillows that are there.
Not if I'm going to check raise you on the turn.
Well, I also sleep on my face, so I'm like the bacteria. I prefer it to be my own.
Oh,
because again, my face is
just
against
bring
it.
your own pillowcase. Then you don't have to take the whole
that's
pillow.
an idea. That's an idea.
Yeah,
You're
look at this Doug. He's
so
fixing
likely to
things.
lose that though, and then you have one pillow that's not in the set. And you got to buy a whole new set. It's a whole thing. Just bring the pillow. You're not gonna forget a pillow. You'll forget a pillowcase.
Well, you wouldn't need a big blanket if your home was heated with Design Air heating and cooling, because they're going to keep it at that perfect temperature for you, whatever that might be. It varies for different people. They'll show you how to do it at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Seth Goldcamp or one of his people will come right out to your house and get you taken care of, as they've done for me and Tim and lots of people on the show. I've had them out a couple times. And you know what else they do? They put on little booties when they come into your house. They do everything, and they do it just right. They are also the longest-running TMA sponsor and advertiser on the show. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, been around since 1904. I like to say aught.
Yeah, I like that.
They're best known for their honesty and going above and beyond, and I can attest for that, for what they've done for my house. Maybe you haven't gotten your furnace maintained very well in the past, and now that the cold air is here, you're turning it on, and you go, oops, this is not right. We should be warmer than this. We shouldn't have to set it at 85 degrees to get a little warmth in here. Well, have Seth out to your house, and he will take great care of you. You can go to their website and find that out find the information at designair.com. That's Design Air with an E at the end, designair.com for all of your heating and cooling needs. Choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. They're simply the best in town. Again, the website, designair.com.
It's designairservice.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling. And Doug, Martin, and I are all clients. They're the sponsor of the email today. It's coming your way next. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back. This is the Morning After. It's 101 ESPN. James Carlton was in earlier. He presents Gabe Bjarman every Monday and Friday here on TMA. He is my insurance agent. He's online at carltoninsurance.net, or you can give him a call, 314-961-4800. I am telling you this. It is worth giving him a call because, number one, you call right now. Literally right now. Somebody in the office in Webster Grove is going to pick up the phone. And on top of that, they are going to do everything they can to save you money. The emails I have gotten from listeners over the years, since I made the switch personally to James Carlton and started endorsing him on TMA, been amazing. God, it's got to be close to 100 emails at this point of people going, I didn't realize I could save this much money on my insurance. It's worth it. Make the call. Save yourself some money. 314-961-4800. Or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Doug, here's the state of play. You like when somebody says, here's the state of play?
I don't mind it, I guess.
Buck Swope and JV golf coach finished in a tie in November. Mm-hmm. Now they can win both today's email of the day and also November, but if you're going to vote for somebody other than Swope or JV golf coach, you also have to pick between the two of them.
Okay.
Because we got two different categories we're giving away here today.
Well, sure.
Thanksgiving, a love story. After turkey and gravy, we were both tired, but in his khakis, he inspired. He lays on his tummy, I rub his back down to his buttocks, smack, smack, smack.
Okay.
He's like a muscle car powered by a Hemi. I finish with a blast, staring at his Emmy. That's from Promiscuous Paul.
Didn't care for it.
I thought Semi was going to come up somewhere there.
I
Promiscuous
do, I would have lost money on that.
Yeah. Not sure what that has to do with sports.
Male, 44, location South Fenton. Net worth $375,000.
Ooh.
Body count 4 females, 37 dads.
Oh.
This is the listeners introducing themselves to it.
Okay.
Hey guys, I was at Thanksgiving at my in-laws' house when it hit me. I had to make number 2. It was right in the middle of our
make number 2. Do not say make number 2.
It was right in the middle of our meal, and I didn't want to be rude. I looked to my left and saw my niece, Beamer, picking her nose. I then looked to my right and saw my nephew, Diesel, rubbing sweet potatoes on his hammocks. It appeared their parents were paying them no mind, almost as if there was a wall separating their table from ours. My mind said, wait until after dinner, but I was already dilated 7 centimeters.
Oh.
Dilated? Guys are dilated?
You crown a little.
Maybe the tradesman's hole?
But I was already dilated 7 centimeters, and the U-log in my colon had already crowned.
Okay, so that's right. I've heard about enough. I've heard about enough.
This is the filtered file. I'm in the filtered file, right?
Yep, that's right.
I slowly stood up, held my phone up to my ear like a busy little busman, and walked over to the bathroom. I made it. I nested the sun gun and pulled down my pant, but hark, it was dead quiet.
We don't need this.
That's a good term.
The only thing separating the log dungeon from my wife's family Thanksgiving table was a plantation pocket door with vented slats.
Those are nice.
It was almost as if they were waiting to hear if I was going to make tinkle or stinkle.
Okay, that's enough.
Those like the shutter doors at the Abercrombie.
What's that?
Doug used to model at Abercrombie's.
Yeah, they
Like
don't
the
they?
shutter doors?
They have like shutter doors. You know, sometimes you see them in a nice
That's not a
bathroom.
pocket door. A pocket door
okay.
is one that slides back into the wall.
Yeah, I need to talk to him realty, I guess.
That was Adam and Lee May, Doug, and unfortunately you cut off his email before he could find out the resolution.
Awful. Adam in Lee May should be suspended, but it's the holiday spirit, and I'm not going to do it just yet. I may.
Hey
it gets
guys,
worse.
I heard Jackson talking about photo dumps and scat play this morning, so I thought I'd take this opportunity to send another heterosexual email about the health of mine. It's been 10 days since my 6th hemorrhoid banding.
Oh, God.
A banding?
6th.
Why would you have to band a hemorrhoid?
Did I bleed a little bit last week? And of course I did. Did I take 3 times the recommended dose of fiber by mistaking teaspoons for tablespoons? Yes, sir. Did that make me extremely gassy? Oh, yeah. Did I subsequently sit on the toilet and doom scroll Instagram for 45 minutes while also avoiding family on Thanksgiving? Yes, I did. Sure, this might have been my 6th trip to the proctologist in the last year and a half, but I'm not effing going 7 and 9. We will rally around this rectum and we will recreate once a day. The holiday season, give thanks and Benefiber. That's from the Kansas City Gray Sexual.
What's happened to our emailers?
Really good. I'm not going
really good.
Not going 7 and 9 was well done.
Kansas City Gray Sexual.
What a weekend. Ohio State soiled the bed. The Bears coaching staff can't tell time, and teams are getting maced on the field. But what's Jackson doing? Oh, that's right. He is busy breaking down the Baltimore Ravens uniforms on Twitter with someone named PissDog69.
Oh.
I'm tired of it. And another thing, I want to see the dossier with my own eyes to verify where it says, quote, a lonely listener calls ESPN to share his sad little anecdotes. Newsflash, Dan. No one listener calls ESPN. Oh, no one wants to hear a winded Hoosier talk about what he heard on the radio last week. Let me do the math here. If caller Dan graduated from St. Louis U High in 1983, he'd be 59 years old. By that age, you should have something better to do with your life. When the rest of the world was scrambling to host dozens of people or helping their wives prepare for the biggest gathering of the year, this aging Junior Billiken was ignoring his family so he could re-listen to old episodes of TMA. Nothing says I'm trapped in a loveless marriage quite like listening to reruns of sports radio on Thanksgiving. Talk about a stain on all those who have donned the white tuxedo. Danny boy, pack your stuff because the fine folks at the Gatesworth are waiting for you. It's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug. Robert Thomas scored 9 seconds into Wednesday night's game. No thanks to Libby Jack's unseen early morning text that when Thomas's phone was on, do not disturb. But Dylan Holloway added 2 more goals as he was clearly fired up by Chairman Kurt's audio forensics, revealing Holloway asked Zach Bolduc to take his shirt off. A bunch of teams planted flags, yada, yada, yada. James Franklin ran up the score to overcompensate for his inability to win the big one. And he's a horse's ass for doing that. But I think the lead is that we need an intervention for Tim, who had his 5-game parlay derailed when the number 3 team in the country did not lose. Ours is the type of presentation where a 60-year-old still basking in the glow of where he graduated from high school 41 years ago feels free to drop in at any time and announce he spent Thanksgiving morning listening to Libby Jack's mailed-in best-of presentation, then spent the rest of his weekend stewing over Libby Jack's poor editing to the point where he dialed in first thing on Monday morning, like that guy who wanted Doug's take on the Chiefs left tackle cinch. Hey, we get it. You went to the U-High and you have too much time on your hands. If you're really that upset about missing the audio of an out-of-breath Cleveland radio host with a football banquet to get to who didn't understand why the Browns can't be more like the Cavs and Gardos, you should, number 1, go get help, and number 2, just podcast like the Dickens and spare yourself the embarrassment at the next class reunion. Can't wait to hear this guy calling to bitch about the December 25th best of, which will feature today's white T-shirt swimming pool open sword discussion, but cut off before Libby Jack's Jesus Christ McRib superstar bit. Doug, that's Buck Swope, and that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
So let me get this straight. I'm voting for a winner today, and I'm voting for the winner between JV Golf Coach and Buck Swope.
If you vote for Buck Swope or JV Golf Coach for today, they also win November.
Okay. I'm going to vote for JV Golf Coach.
All right. That means JV Golf Coach is 1 vote away from winning.
Okay.
I'm going for Adam and Lee May.
Okay. Jackson.
It was vile.
I'm voting for KC Gray Sexual.
Vile again.
I'm voting for Buck Swope.
But my vote for
nothing.
But my vote for the competition is also Buck Swope.
Oh, all right. Well, then that means Buck Swope wins November. Who wins today?
That's a good question.
Do we have to go around and vote again?
No, we're already into BK and Ferrari's time, so we got to go.
Stop.
Jackson will make an announcement on his Instagram Live coming up.
After the uniform.
Time for us to go. Bye.